should be live now. Let me make sure that I did a whole stream one time and there was no sound, and that made me super sad. So now I can hear myself. Yeah. All right, we should be good. So we are here with Starships and Spacemen. We're going to start with characters, and then we'll discuss the characters slightly, and then we will get into a scenario and test out the system from 1978. Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Here's the book. Beautiful, isn't it? This is actually, you can actually get PDF of this that's been updated on DriveThruRPG right now. They added some actual combat rules, which this has 3 or 4 pages of combat rules, and that's it. So, Brent, and Aaron, what we're going to do is you're going to roll 3d6 6 times, write down those totals, and then those on the character sheet are going to go into everything except for sonic potential and loyalty in whatever order you want. If you look on the second white sheet at the bottom of Gaming Text One-Shots, on the back it kind of gives you an idea of what you need in order to be in one of the 3 branches. For military, you need marksmanship. With that, there are subclasses which you can be in, but you don't have to. You'll need a 12 or better in the skills that are marked there on the back for the subclasses of command, security, or fire control. The scientific branch, you need at least a 9 in intelligence, and the technical branch, you need at least a 9 in technical skill, which leads to communication, navigation, and engineering. And then the scientific branch is alien. You can focus on alien life or medical if you want. Your ship is small. There's only 10 people on board. It's a Confederation destroyer. The whole game is kind of a mashup between Star Trek, the original series Star Trek, and D&D. So it's pretty simple.
Ooh, I like it.
Do you have dice, Brent? Or if you don't, there is a dice roller here.
I'm going to do a dice roller.
Okay, there's a dice roller.
Oh, yeah.
And there should be instructions at the very top of the dice roller page that just says you hit /roll, and then it will ask you how much. If you put in 3d6, it should spit out that number for you.
And you said I'm rolling 6 times?
Yes.
Yes.
3d6 6 times. Keep each number.
I got it. 12.
Yay! And from there, you can decide where to put them. They go in charisma, strength, which is also your hit points, marksmanship, intelligence, technical skill, and contact skill. And they can go in any order. Aaron has already decided he's going to be playing a human being. Good on him. We have 3 other races you can play. There are the Taurans, which are essentially Vulcans. There are the Andromedans, which are 1.5 meter tall, blue-furred humanoids that have 3 sexes, all 3 being necessary for reproduction, male, female, and intersex. And basically, they're also marsupials. So the male and the female carries the litters. Oh, litters! It's not just one till birth. At which time the intersex, which have marsupial-like pouch, carry the young and rear them. They always have 3 kids. They are also an incestuous. So basically, the children then breed, and that's just the way it is on that world. Okay, so it's kind of weird. They're very high telepathic kind of things. Aliens. Sorry, they have a lot of telepathy going for them. If you're playing something besides human, there are some negative modifiers and positive modifiers. And then there's the Rigel. And now these were humans that 300 years ago left the planet. And here we go. In the 1990s, they left Earth in sublight ships. They found a planet. Then they got attacked eventually by these by aliens called the Zangids. Those are our Klingons, okay? You don't have to remember all this. This is just some background for the hell of it. There was a big war. The Zangids tried to wipe them out. The Zangid women found them really irresistibly attractive, so ran away with them. And then they had kids who are half Zangid, half human, and those are the Rigel, who are now mercenaries for the most part. When the Terrans finally found them, they didn't trust the Terrans because they thought Earth blew itself up hundreds of years ago. So those are your 3 non-human races. and each ship can have like one other race on it besides humans. So if anybody wants to play a non-human, there you go. That's the very super brief. The super brief. So
All right, and you said the stats are in order. What are they again?
No, they're any order you want. They should be on that sheet. Charisma,
Yeah,
strength/hits, marksmanship, intelligence, technical skill, and contact skill. There's 2 on the left side and 4 on the right side. It's kind of confusing, but
Well, okay, I
the
see.
inborn abilities are not going to change like after you level up, but the acquired skills can actually get higher as the game progresses if we were playing a campaign or something. It is not super intuitive, but it is kind of like old white box D&D from back in the 70s. Shit, I'm going to make a character too, along with you guys, because character creation is part of the whole concept, so we're going to... Oh, God!
No,
A 5! That's not good.
I got a 6 as my lowest. However,
10.
I have 2 12s, a
Oh.
15, and
Oh.
and a 11 as well. And I'm like, I
Got a
kind
12.
of didn't want to play a commander, but how can I not play a
10.
commander with these rolls?
Either one, you can. We'll decide. We'll all decide
Yeah, I
together
know.
who's going to be. But yeah, you could play the commander. You could take command, put charisma and intelligence.
I don't want to be though.
Well, don't be then. Somebody needs to be the commander because I don't want to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want. I don't want to be calling the shots.
I
there's
will
a
be if
12.
I have to, but like I said, like how can I not be with these like
10.
rolls?
Ooh, a 15. All right,
Nice.
I did okay.
That's interesting. So psionic potential is not a stat you can actually put points into then. Huh?
Not yet. What you're going to do is roll a d6 and then you're going to add whatever your race is. Each race and sex has a different modifier to that d6. Yes, it's 1978, so yes. They differentiate between alien races and women and men. Oh boy. I want to find out what you guys... And we should work together. There should be preferably one person in each of the branches.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
One in command, one in one in military, one in scientific, and one in technical. And then what I'll do is I'm going to make up an NPC here who'll be part of your crew that you can do whatever you want with. That could be in medical if you want. If nobody wants to play a doctor, I could do that, or in navigation or whatever.
I say
Something that complements the rest.
I really kind of wanted to be in the technical side of things, is where I was first originally going when I first saw these things. So, but if someone
You can
else
be.
has their heart, I know I'm just seeing what other people might want to do. But I'm just saying, my heart going into this was set on technical.
Branches.
Um,
Your prime requisite is 9 or better to be in a branch.
Right. You have to have that skill.
12 or better to be a subclass.
Right.
Okay.
So do you see the subclasses? On that
Yeah.
second page there, Brett? On the second white page, I put these in white in case anybody wanted to print them out. On the second white page, it shows you the branch. It shows you what the skill you need for command. For military, you need marksmanship at 9 or better. And then if you want command, security, or fire control, you have to have 2 more 12s in addition to that.
Ooh.
Now, even if you have only a 10 for your marksmanship, you can always put the other 2. If you have some, how'd you do? How are your rolls?
So I actually did pretty good.
Oh,
And
good.
I'm actually gonna choose to just do it Iron Man style to test the
God.
system.
You just put them in order?
Yeah, I put them in order.
Okay, that's
All right.
one of the possibilities.
So here's what I was thinking.
I'm giving
I
you
have
guys
a
the best one, or the easiest one to get what you want is what I'm using. System 3. Go ahead. You're doing
so
System 1 with that.
I have a 13 in marksmanship and
Oh,
a
damn.
14 in contact. So contact skill.
Okay.
So I was thinking like my marksmanship is pretty high.
Yeah.
So I could probably. How do you determine loyalty again?
Loyalty is going to be a D6 plus the modifier for your race.
Okay, gotcha.
And, let's see. Sonic. Where's loyalty? Loyalty. Terrans are 10. Jesus Christ. Okay. So Terrans 10, Taurans are 7, Andromedans are 8, and Rigel are 4. And loyalty is It's a secondary requisite for security. Nice. It affects the willingness to follow orders or risk personal danger.
That's it starts at a 10.
For humans, yes, it starts at 10. You roll a d6 and add it. Are you
All
playing a
right.
human too, then, Scott?
Yep.
Scott. Sean Air.
Yep.
Okay. So your psionic potential for a male human or a female human?
I'll do male.
A 0 is what it starts at.
+6.
Plus,
I got a 6.
You got a 6. Okay, so that's still pretty good. That means you still have. So now we get to look at. They're not on the sheet. Now we get to look at psionics because your psionic potential determines. Each psionic power has a cost. You can have up to your number in psionic potential in psionics, in ESP, whatever. Empathy costs 3, ESP costs 5, and telepathy costs 6. Those are your choices, because everything else is too expensive for you, Sean.
Yep.
Terrans are 0 and 3, Tarns are 4 and 7, Rigel is -3 and 0, and Andromedans are 12 for the psionic potential.
All right. I think I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to figure out together who's going to be what branch. Brent, you were talking about.
Yep, I'm gonna have to be military.
Okay.
It looks like.
Okay.
And as far as I wanted to try to do fire control, but I need to have both of those at a 12, don't I?
Yes, your contact skill also has to be at a 12.
Darn it! So it
If
doesn't
you
look like
want,
I
you don't have to
qualify
do
for
Iron
a
Man.
subclass.
You could move around a couple numbers, and that is legit. That's how I'm allowing character creation to happen here if people want to.
I wouldn't qualify for anything anyway.
Okay, that's
So
fair.
what I'll do is I will just be military, no subclass.
Okay.
It looks like.
Aaron, you were
And-
talking about technical.
I was talking about it, but like you said,
Sean, what were you leaning
whatever,
towards?
whatever Sean wants to do.
I could do command or security in military.
We don't have anybody in the scientific branch yet.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Ooh, I could be science.
I could do.
Remember, you can move your numbers around, Brent. You don't have
Yeah,
to
I
do
can
Iron
actually.
Man.
You know what? I will do alien life.
So you're going to go science, alien life. Brent is military, and
Yep, I'll be military.
and so that's probably going to put you in command, Brent.
Oh,
Even if
okay.
you're not in the command, but there's only 10 people on board, somebody's got to be in charge. Okay,
That's
so
fair. I'm ready.
now keep a couple things in mind. Your strength and your hit points are essentially the same. You can put a slash and you can write it twice, whatever you want to do. And Aaron, what about you? What about you're
Yeah,
in technical?
I'm
Are you going to specialize,
go-
or do you have a subclass?
I will have a subclass.
Which
it's
one?
probably going to be engineering.
Engineering,
I'm
okay.
thinking.
Yeah, your engineering. Let's see real quick.
Oh, I got to have a 12.
You have
well,
two
yeah,
12s. You need two 12s. Remember, your primary does
No,
not
there-
have to be the 12. Your technical skill doesn't have to be that 12. It has to be just 9 or better.
Engineering says, or yeah, oh no, okay, I'm sorry, I was misreading it. Okay, I need
Oh, wait a minute.
technical skill
No, engineering's the
I need-
same. Technical skill. You only need technical
Technical
skill and
skill
intelligence at 12 or
and
above.
intelligence. Okay,
Right. BRB.
Okay. So, so you're in
got
charge of
engineering.
expenditure of energy. This is sounding familiar. You authorize it. Try to keep it within the prescribed daily limits, because energy is measured in how much you can spend per day. You can veto the command staff's general course of action on the basis of energy limitations. Ooh.
now
So
do
you
I
can
get
also repair.
do I get bonuses with certain stats with how much energy the ship might have?
No. No,
No, okay.
no. But you can basically you're in charge of deciding if the energy gets used. Brett, you
But
took
I can't
military.
pull like a Scotty and say that I can only give her so much and then actually double the amount that
if
I'm
you
able
want,
to give.
that's all. That's role play. That has nothing to do
Okay.
with game rules. So yeah, of course you can do that.
No, I thought it was. I thought that was his marvel of his engineermanship. Is
Yeah, it was.
he could only push
always
it so far, but
multiplies.
through his engineering skill, he was able to double what he was actually
Operating
able to
the
do.
ship, plotting courses, blah 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 blah. Okay, so the
Now, can
technical. Uh huh.
I can put other points in. Well, yeah, obviously I can't.
Yeah, you put your
I
other
can have
points
other
wherever you
higher.
want.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you have
Trying to
12 in
figure out
technical and 12 in intelligence, then and all your other numbers can go anywhere you want. You're playing a human, so there are no modifiers to any of those. Brent, are you? I keep calling you Brett. I'm sorry,
No, you're
Brent.
good.
Are you playing a human?
Okay, so you said there was 4 races, right? Is
Yes.
it
Yeah, human.
so human?
Tarans. They're
Okay.
they're Vulcans. Um, the Andromedans, who are little furry trisexual people, and the Rigel, who are human Zangid hybrids, basically. And then, yeah. The actually Rigel get +2 on their marksmanship.
Ooh.
Andromedans have -2. They're not a combat race, so you probably don't want to be Andromedans. But you could be Taran, you could be Rigel or human.
I'll take the one that gives me a +2 to marksmanship because
Okay, yeah.
I need a justification for how I made it to
Yeah.
command.
So you're right, Rigel. That's pretty rare because they're mercenaries for the most part. But for some reason, you joined Space Fleet. Um, let's see. Oh, okay. So you do need to subtract.
He wanted a steady paying
You
job.
you still need to
That's right.
subtract 1 from technical skill and contact skill.
Okay.
But you added 2 to your marksmanship already. Oh, it says add 2 to strength too.
Ooh, nice.
Let me double check humans. I don't think they get anything. Oh, what is this? Female Terrans have their ratings altered as follows: 2 from strength, +1 to charisma, +1 to contact. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm a male. Yeah.
Well,
It
you're a
says,
Rigel. You're Rigelian. That's not you.
Okay. You were just
Now
talking about.
your psionic, your loyalty base will be 4. That's not great. So roll a d6 and add to that, and then that's your loyalty base, or your loyalty itself.
Okay, 7.
Oh, this is different. I hadn't expected this. Your psionic potential base is -3. So add a d6 to -3. Rigels are not very empathetic and that kind of stuff.
I have a -2.
All right,
to
put
my
-2.
psionic ability.
Yeah, you. Okay. Here's one perk for Rigels. So you can't have any psionic, but I wouldn't worry about that. Your racial characteristic is that you can always pick 1 unit of equipment over that allowed by your rank level. Okay, so just put like +1 unit, +1 unit equipment. Put that for now, and then we'll figure that out soon. We gave you the
And
+2.
So you said +2 strength, +2 marksman, -1 contract attacked, -1 tech. Is that correct?
Yes. Let me double
Okay,
check.
got it.
Yeah, -1 tech, -1 contact, and I think, and we already got. Yeah. So those are your numbers. We'll figure out equipment here in a minute. Your biology is iron-based blood. That's and gravity. Oh, what is gravity for Rigel? If should they see an opportunity to advance themselves or their race at the expense of the Confederacy, they will take it. Somehow you got in command, though. However, they are not actively in league with the Zangids or the Videni against the Confederation, so that's good. And in most cases, their own interests will coincide with the Confederacy's interests. Propagated. Oh yeah, you were, and also the original Terrans that left were like genetically selected. You know what I mean? It's Khan. It's Khan and his guys who left Earth in the 90s. Okay. Yeah. And then you have iron-based blood, obviously, and you're used to regular gravity, special bonuses, limitations. Okay. So Aaron, you're going to be chief engineer, basically.
Yep.
Okay. As a human, you don't have to worry about any bonuses or minuses. Did we figure out your sonic potential?
I rolled a 1.
Okay, and
So
you're a
it's-
human
so
male,
it's
so
1.
it's 1. You do not have enough to actually have any psionics. Sean, did you
That's
pick?
fine.
Did you pick one? You had 6. Empathy, ESP, or telepathy. You can only get one of those because it's 3, 5, and 6. So. Sorry.
Telepathy.
Okay, you have telepathy. And telepathy is actually the ability to send messages. Sonics.
Haven't done
Telepathy.
my loyalty yet.
Oh, your loyalty. We'll get to that in one moment. Telepathy is the ability to project ideas into another character's mind. They do not carry the commanding force of a hypnotic impulse, nor do they present an illusion, nor can they be used to create a certain emotional state. Your telepathic ideas are limited to such areas as fostering doubts about loyalty, enticing certain actions, or, to be quite honest, you can communicate with your fellows. It's going to be line of sight, and what I'll say is you can broadcast, and everybody will hear it. But if you have line of sight, you can focus on one person. It doesn't really. None of these actually cost anything. You can just do it. Okay.
I'm not a beta Z.
No, you can send messages into people's heads.
Yeah.
Empathy would be more beta Z. Tele-empathy actually has the ability to project emotions. That's one of the other ones. But that's too expensive for you. Okay. All right, Aaron, what was your question? Oh, loyalty.
Loyalty, yeah.
And this is for Sean, too. Don't forget to figure out names. Your loyalty base for Terrans, loyalty base is a 10. Add 1d6 to that.
Yep.
Terrans are very loyal.
Ooh, I rolled a 6.
16? Holy crap. Okay.
Yep.
Secondary effects, willingness to follow orders or risk personal danger. So you're very willing to follow orders. Whereas Brent is not with his little 4.
Oh, so I'm not gonna.
So he tells you what to do, and you better damn do it.
Yeah, I do it. He's my commanding officer.
Okay, names. We need names for you guys. All right, I'm gonna try to roll up a medical, somebody medical for your ship, as my NPC. So what do I need here? Scientific branch is intelligence, and medical is technical psionic power of empathy. Oh, I might not be able to get in. Humans are 0 for psionic powers, and I have to get at least a 3 on a 6-sided die. I got a 2.
Sean should be our
Okay,
should be our medical guy.
this guy's not. This guy's not going to be a doctor because his psionic potential is a whopping 2. His loyalty's a 15.
I mean, what's okay?
And I rolled up some numbers here.
He's a trucker with a med kit.
Well, I do have. Yeah, I have 12s, but you have to. I don't have empathy, so I'm no good. I have a terrible bedside manner if I'm a doctor. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Is contact skill? Technical skill is used for medicine. He could still be your medical person, but he's not going to be much of a doctor. Oh, no, he can't be. Yeah, he's not going to be a doctor. What else do y'all want? What do you want this guy to be? Navigation, communication?
Navigation, probably.
Say navigation.
Yeah, I can make him a navigator, I think. Let's see what he needs for that. Navigation is intelligence and contact skill. And then technical skill. So his technical skill needs to be at least a 9. No. We're going to give him a he's a good technician. He's got a 15 technical. And then what I say? Navigator is intelligence and contact. I'll give him. I got 12s, enough for those. Intelligence, contact. His strength will be 5. He can take 5 hit points of damage. So if this guy gets shot, he's going to die immediately.
Well,
And
he is in
10
the engineering
charisma,
side, right? So he's
10
definitely wearing a red shirt.
no, navigation wore yellow.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But that gives you a navigator as a major NPC, so that'll give you a bonus on your like sensors and stuff. Sonic powers. He doesn't have any. His sonic potential is 2. He gets 0. Okay. Well, empathy costs 3, so that's the only reason why he's not a doctor. So notice he's human. Let's see. Branch is technical, and subclass is navigator. His rank. Everybody's rank is ensigns. Names. I'm gonna need names. Let's see. Hold on. There was a thing about names in here for Rigelians, or for the Rigel.
I've been
Here we
trying
go.
to come up with a name really quickly,
Well,
but I
according
think
to
I got one.
according to this, Rigel do not let their last name be known.
Mm.
They are colloquially known by their first name with a suitable nickname indicating their fighting skill, such as Savage Sam or Ferocious Fred. But you don't have to go for alliterative. Anyone who learns a Rigel's last name has a degree of coercion over them, as they can threaten the Rigel's family on his home world. So you could
Wow.
also be like Bob the Destroyer. It doesn't. It's the nickname can be like a title that's added to your name. I'm gonna say, or if you could think of something, or you could even have a last name that is Bob Destroyer. Or Bob, or whatever. And it's still considered a nickname. It's not your real last name. Your real last name you should keep secret. You also don't have to go with Fred or Sam or Bob. You can make up something kind of alien sounding. They did have Zangid parents.
I love it.
What am I going to name this guy?
I'm gonna go with.
Let's see. I need a name.
I'm gonna go with Longshot Vuto.
Spell Vuto.
Vuto.
Vuto. That's perfect. Longshot Vuto is your captain, your commanding officer. Hey, so we're gonna add. Let's do this. Here we go. Oh, what? That's annoying. Hold on. I want to keep your original name, but I want to change your nickname. Why will it not do that?
You want me to change my nickname right now?
Yeah, put the character name,
I can do it.
and then put like a slash, and leave the winter therapist Brent, so we know who you were, who you are as a player too. Longshot Vuto. Ensign Longshot Vuto. What about you, Aaron?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to come up with a name. That's my hardest thing.
Mine
want
will
something
be
catchy.
Oh. All right, hold on. Let's hit the old random name generator. But I have an idea here. No, I'm not gonna.
All right, I got one. Ernest Lake.
Ernest Lake. That's the engineer. Ensign Lake. I like it. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna fall into the whole Star Trek. Grigory Tolstoy is your navigator. He is from Russia.
I really thought about doing like a Scottish guy for the engineering, but I didn't want to do that route though either. But
I got lazy.
I don't want to completely
Besides,
rip off.
I get to use the Russian accent. Yes, I'll rip off Chekhov. How about Lauren Hutton? Can you change your name?
Yeah, I'm sure I can.
Longshot Vuto.
Let me see here.
Who are you playing there, Sean?
Let me edit per server profile.
You're the science officer, right?
I am. One moment. I need to make a little bit of room here.
Just tell me first.
Richard Morgan Smith.
Okay. Equipment. Okay, we'll do equipment
Aaron
too.
may recognize this individual.
I didn't hear the name.
Richard Morgan
Richard
Smith.
Morgan Smith.
That puts me last. Okay, so
It's ringing a bell, but I can't.
Smitty.
Oh, okay.
if you scroll up,
I don't think I ever knew his full name. So
Yeah.
on the back of this Starships sheet, the yellow one that's a little further up, there are personal equipment.
yeah.
You're responsible for your personal equipment. So, here's the deal. each of you can carry as many units as your level, which is 1 plus 1. Except for Brent, who gets to add another plus for being Rigel. So that means Ernest and Richard, or Ensign Lake and Ensign Smith, can each carry 2 units of stuff. Whereas
I'm on the wrong.
Commander Vuto can carry 3 units, up to, and you can break it down any way you want.
Okay.
The way they put it is you're responsible for your own equipment on board. So I think you're going to be able to decide what equipment you're going to carry to the surface of the planet, but you might want to decide now what you're probably going to take down as a landing party. So half units are the radiation suit and oxygen tank, jetpack, universal translator, and communicator. Then 1 unit is hand laser and pistol mount, or an electro stun gun. That's what you'll have to take, Sean. You're in scientific, and that's what Ernest will have to take because he is in. No, actually, Ernest is technical.
He can take a pistol.
He's technical.
Yeah,
he can take a pistol if he wants. The spring rifle is a Rigel weapon. Now, this thing actually doesn't shoot lasers. It actually shoots solid things. Hold on a sec.
Is it a rail gun?
Might be, yeah. It's an anachronistic ranged weapon that fires a needle-like sliver rather than being an energy weapon. You have to have a marksmanship of 15 or better to use it, though. It's a very complex device. You do. So you could have one of these. It requires no recharging, and it can be fired 3 times at 3 different targets in 1 round. Your lasers can be fired once in a round. Pew! This gun is like chunk, chunk, chunk. It's basically a machine gun, I think.
It sounds like a rail gun.
Now lasers do 2d6 points of damage. This gun only does 1d6 with each hit. So keep that in mind.
But still, you could put 3 shots into
if you
one
put 3
target.
shots into one target,
Right.
you can hit 3 times. And basically, the main rules in this are you're going to be using a 20-sided die. You want to roll under your skill. So if your marksmanship is, what is it? Is it 15 or is it more than that?
15.
So you have to roll 15 or less for a hit.
Nice.
Which is
nice.
Yeah, it is. And that's how all of your skills work. The technical skill is what we'll figure out as we go. What you'll need to use to do things. That's the spring rifle. The auto analyzer is like a tricorder.
What is the contact skill actually used for? Just curious.
That's a good question.
I don't
Let's go through
know
the skills real quick. Marksmanship.
To me, it sounds like
contact.
It sounds like. Yeah.
It affects the probability of successfully contacting an alien race for the purpose of communication. So if it's a first contact that's happening, you use that skill if you want to try to talk to them. It affects the probability of success for blind operation of the transporter as well. There are transporters in this. The teleporter, sorry, not transporters. That would be a breach of. That would be a IP breach. So it's teleporter. Because if you don't have a communicator and you want to use the teleporter, and keep in mind the teleporter is very energy intensive. It costs 5 EUs, and those EUs, Aaron, if you look under the Starships part, under that page, the yellow page, the first yellow page, your PPB is your power. You have 50 points of power every day. Every day.
Okay.
It doesn't renew every round or anything like that. And using a transporter costs 5 EUs per person per transport.
I'm gonna copy it.
Here's the other thing about energy that I'll tell you, Aaron, because you're really the one who's got to keep an eye on it the most.
Yeah, I'm going to print out that page.
Yeah, it's a good idea. The energy cost table is there right under that. Here's your energy costs. Everything is expensive energy-wise, except for ion torpedoes, which are free. But you only have 6 of those on board. We'll go over you guys' ship here very briefly. The technical skill is used for repairing ship damage. For the engineer, technical equipment, using any technical equipment, and understanding mechanisms of alien artifacts before trial use. The intelligence affects probability of obtaining information from the ship's computer, sensors, and analyzers. Marksmanship obviously is hitting with a ranged weapon. Probability of performing an action which requires unusual dexterity, like climbing walls and stuff, also falls under that. Your strength, where the hell? Strength. Okay, so charisma um, is involved in psionic powers. I'm going to have to look that up. And combat morale considerations. Strength is the probability of not succumbing to arduous situations, gravity, hunger, disease, fatigue, and affects the probability of accomplishing actions which require unusual physical strength. And it is also used for close combat, which is melee. Use your strength for that. Loyalty, the willingness to follow orders. We already discussed that somewhat. I think that's pretty much everything. And you use these numbers for everything. There's no skills in this game. It's all just straight up. It's all bunched into one thing. Let's see. Oh, equipment. I was going to go through the equipment very briefly here. If I can find it again.
Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah.
ask people what they were thinking about bringing. So
Yeah, you
here's
guys would
my
all know
thought.
that.
Yeah, I can bring. I was thinking about bringing a communicator, a hand laser, and a jetpack as my 2 units.
Okay. You can fly for short distances with the jetpack. Will that fill you up?
I also, yeah, that would fill me up for my 2 units. I also
Okay.
thought about doing a hand laser and a planetary radar, but yeah.
The planetary radar tracking unit can be used to track objects on a planet's surface, homing in on certain signals beamed from a transmitter. There's a medical kit. Auto analyzers analyze alien life forms and natural phenomena. You have to use your intelligence to use that with a 20 side to get the information you desire. And then basically what it'll do is it'll answer questions. You ask yes or no questions, and it will answer those questions for you.
Okay.
As in using the computer. The analyzer can be set to act as an alarm up to 100-meter range. So, yeah.
The what can? The planetary radar can?
No, this is the auto analyzer. Universal
okay.
translator is necessary for communication with aliens. Blah, 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 blah,
but
blah.
I
You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. You don't even know you're going to run into any aliens yet, too. So keep that in mind.
Right. But okay. So if I have a 12 in my intelligence, then so could I use any of those other the scientific stuff?
Auto analyzer can only be used by scientific only, it says.
Okay.
You can use the planetary radar tracker.
That's kind of why I was also thinking about that, because
So okay. Go ahead.
either that or your guy, if he's coming with us, he could always have that as well.
Yeah. He is. Yeah, he's a technician too. 2 units is the laser rifle. Now the laser pistol does 2d6. The laser rifle does 3d6 of damage, and it has a range of 1,000 meters, whereas the laser pistol has a range of 100 meters.
I still can't use the laser rifle because that's
No,
military.
I'm talking about, but
okay.
that would have to be the commander. He's the only one who's
Yeah.
a Rigel, and he's military.
I think he's going for the spring rifle though.
Yeah.
Spring rifle.
The energy screen is also a 2 unit. It basically protects an area. Yeah, that's a lot though. Force field generator, technical only. And okay, so the energy screen protects you from energy weapons. The force field generator protects you from non-energy things coming at you, like rocks and bullets, or the spring rifle.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you some of this stuff just so you kind of know. The sonar generator sends out ultrasonic waves, which have no effect on humanoids but can affect other species. Blah 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 blah. 100 meters. Turn away any attackers with ultrasonic
See
hearing.
that sonic generator.
It is upsetting to Andromedans. You don't have any Andromedans on board. The metabolism stabilizer puts you in suspended animation. And then 3 units are the ABC, which has 3 modes: atomic flame, epidemic spray, and poison gas. This is some kind of spray thing. What do they call it something different here? Because sometimes they call things one thing in one place and another thing in another place. Yeah, they just call it the ABC sprayer. Okay. So yeah, it shoots out it's a flamethrower kind of deal, except it can also shoot out poison gas or epidemic spray, which seems awful. Electronic interference device, that's technical only. You can jam radar and that kind of stuff. The nerve disruptor is Rigel only. Um, it causes great pain and convulsions, and it affects everybody within its range. So that's basically like a big cannon. Robot dog, that's 3 points. Technical officer only. They look like real dogs, but they're robots. Telepathic dogs can only be used with characters with telepathy. Oh, but that's also 3 points, so it's out of Smith's range. And then 4 units are out of all of y'all's range right now. Field armor and matter antimatter generators.
Ooh.
Nice.
Whatever. I want 5 units. I want my robot tank.
Is that on the list? There's nothing on 5 units.
5 units.
Robot tank. That's not even in the book. They neglected to put that in the book.
Okay. It's in the personal equipment.
Yeah, the last one is the matter antimatter. Hold on. Field armor. I would assume it's like the field armor, but probably much worse. Okay, let's look over your ship real quick. On the front side of the yellow, you guys are in a destroyer. Your commander has to be an ensign at least. Everybody's ensigns. It has a crew of 10. So, Aaron, the PPB is 50. That's how many points you can spend per day. You can spend more than that. You actually have 100 PPB as like your hit points for your ship, because that also determines hit points. But but if you spend over 50, the next day you don't get those points back once you start getting into the over 50.
Gotcha.
See what I'm saying? So if you spent 55, the next day you'd only have a 45 PPB
45.
with a total of 95 points left in the engine. You cannot get those regenerated until you return to a starbase.
Okay.
The laser banks each have 2 shots. You have 1 laser bank, so whoever's going to roll for shooting, which doesn't necessarily have to be any of you guys, but you can fire the guns. And I think that's technical though. To fire the lasers, I should have looked that one
Fine.
up.
I can do that.
Firing the lasers.
Long
want me
range.
to-
Oh wait,
you
no,
want me to
it
fire
doesn't
the
matter
laser?
who shoots them,
Okay.
because you got a chart. Down here's the chart that shows the range and what you have to roll under to hit.
Say, but if it's a technical skill, you want me to shoot the laser.
Yes, but anybody can actually shoot the lasers or the ion. You just have to make this roll. Just briefly, Starship combat starts at 500,000 kilometers. You can move 50,000 kilometers per round and fire.
Oh, I see what it's
There's
saying.
no
Okay.
like maneuvering or anything like that because it's space, and they just kept it super simple. Certain weapons obviously are better at closer range. Your ion torpedoes are best within 250, but again, you got to roll a 1 to hit at that range with the ion torpedoes.
Yeah.
You have 6 of those on board. You have 6 torpedoes on board your destroyer. Teleporter capacity is a 3-person transport. Now keep in mind, each person costs 5 EU, which is 5 of that 50 each way. So you also have a shuttlecraft. It costs 5 EU to prepare it immediately, but if you're willing to take an hour, it's free, and then it just can fly down to the surface. If you want to move the ship in system, it's 5 EU all day. You can just keep driving all day on that. And your sickbay capacity is 2 people at this juncture. It's a very small ship. Here we go. The other thing is using the hyperdrive costs 5 EUs per warp factor. That's how many light years you can move in a day. Also, if you need to maneuver in warp drive, like you find, like their sensors pick up something that you need to go around, then it costs 5 EU to turn each on a hex grid. You don't have to go around solar systems. Each of these hexes is a light year. They're not considered. I put a little map of where you're at on Starbase 11 and where you're going at Beta Sigma, and you don't have to avoid the star systems. They're just on there because I used a random table to roll up what was along your path. So these star systems would have been they're known. If there's anything else that's not known by general navigators and by like your space fleet, you're going to have to find out about it as you go. Let's see. And all this is real fast. All this is on this little yellow cheat sheet too, which is helpful. You have to spend 5 EUs on life support every day. That is mandatory. Everything else is if you decide to spend it. And screens. You can raise screens half power for 15, full power for 30 per day. So determining how much power to use and how fast to go, the captain might determine how fast to go, but Ensign Lake might say, we really probably should not do that. We should put the screens up. Or whatever you want to do. You can do whatever you want. You can be really reckless. I don't care.
I'm so fucking loyal, though.
Well, you don't have to say no. You could just say, Captain,
Gotcha.
may I recommend? Or something to that effect,
yeah.
too. Or say, well, this would be a good choice. And then he decides whether his Rigelian, they seem to be pretty rough and ready people, will decide to say yes or no.
Now, when I looked up a picture of a Rigelian, are they big and green?
No, that's Rigelians. Those are Rigels or Orions from the original Star Trek. These look, the Zangid are an Asian-looking race that are humanoid, but basically Klingons other than that, is how they're described in this book.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So this
So
isn't
very similar to,
Star
like,
Trek.
Klingon.
Yeah, they're
Right.
like Klingons. So you're like a half Klingon, half genetically manipulated superhuman. You know what I mean?
Nice.
So yeah, I mean it's Khan. It's basically what they ended up doing in Enterprise, which is making the Klingons, the flat four-headed Klingons are actually some kind of diseased version of Khan's people. I don't remember. I saw it once and I thought it was a dumb idea, so I kind of just blanked it out. Also, you don't have to take your navigator with you, and we should figure chain of command. Who is your second in command, Brent? You get to actually choose that, since everybody's ensigns.
Well, I'm thinking Smith.
Smith,
For
he's your
sure.
science officer. Yeah. So Smith's second in command. Who do you want to be third in command? You've got your navigator, this NPC, and you've got Ernest Lake, your engineer.
It's gonna be Lake because I
that
got a
makes
good
sense.
feeling about him being an actual person
Okay.
and not
Okay.
an NPC.
So Grigory Tolstoy is fourth in command of the ship then, since he's actually got a name. And then you have 6 other NPCs, probably a medical officer, and then probably like somebody in communication. But they're not going to give you guys any kind of bonuses. Tolstoy will give you a bonus for navigating if you need one, and that kind of thing.
With my intelligence of 3, I'm only capable of remembering 4 names at a time.
Your intelligence is 3.
so basically, I have these names committed to memory, and then I'm like, "Hey, you!" All the rest of
Two
them.
things for Vuto. Vuto is your captain. Okay,
That's me.
so Vuto kind of bullied his way up the ranks, I guess. Yeah, once we're all done with this, if you guys can just send me your scores at some point, because I'd be interested in seeing them later. I didn't know you had a 3. That's pretty hilarious. I'm not going to worry about Tolstoy getting any equipment yet, but you can bring him with you if you want a meat shield, or another technical guy or whatever. And remember, this is supposed to be like Star Trek, so all your main names are going to be like, we've got to beam down to the surface, or we've got to go down to the surface. It's not like realistic in the
You
fact
red
that
shirt, come with me.
it's not realistic in the fact that usually your captain's not going to put himself into the danger zone. But in Star Trek, so yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to do this and that, and then
Okay.
we're going to get
See where
started.
the equipment is on the sheet.
Yeah, there is. The equipment is on the back of the yellow sheet. The allowance, how much it costs,
I'm
and all
gonna
that
go
stuff.
I'm still gonna go with the hand laser, and then I'm gonna
Yeah.
pick the planetary radar. If that's
Yeah, if it'll fit,
my
if you
two-
can make it.
that's my 2 units.
You get 2 units. Captain Vuto gets 3, and Richard and Ensign Smith gets. Smith, you're second in command, by the way. Vuto has decided. Ooh, you did it. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, your parents would be so proud. So, we have a sample mission here. This is one of the 4 missions that was in the book. This is the whole thing. This is the entirety of the
nice.
write-up. So I had to make up everything else. And I've called this one, How Does Your Garden Grow? Because that had kind of a Star Trek feel to me. So for the past 6 months... Oh, no, we're not starting with that. We're going to start with galactic history. I'm going to very briefly skim over this. So humans developed hyperdrive in the 22nd century, which enabled spacecraft obviously to go faster than light. And they went out. They met other sentient races, but first encounters are bad sometimes, and most of the ship commanders were military, so they tended to shoot first and ask questions later, and this resulted in a bad meeting with this race called the Zangids. They were humanoids. They resembled Asian Terrans, and here it's written Oriental Terrans, because 1978, and were an aggressive race with ambitions of galactic domination. The first interstellar war began in 2217. The Zangids obviously knew what they were doing. They drove the space. They destroyed the Terran space fleet near Alpha Centauri in 2220. Luckily, their offensive capabilities for actual destroying planets and invasion of planets was not as good as space combat. So there was no blowing up of Earth. Someone in the Terran Space Fleet HQ was able to piece together from several seemingly unrelated reports that there were other aliens out there. So they went in search of them, and they ran into the Tarans. They got them to join them. They're ultralogical humanoids who thought with computer-like efficiency, but in whom evolution had achieved this at the total expense of emotions. They also have long pointed ears. Go figure. They had an uneasy truth with the Zangids. The Zangids were unable to conquer them, and they really didn't feel like doing anything about the Zangids. So they threw in with the Terrans to help the Terrans out, and then the Tarans were the ones who instituted the practice of putting a science officer on board each ship. So that's where your job came from, Smith. That was when the Galactic Confederacy began. The next race to join were the Andromedans. These were shy, sensitive humanoids, only 1.5 meters tall. They never developed space travel, but they have teleempathy. So they make friends real easy because they can modify your emotions while they're talking to you. They saw the Terrans as liberators. The Tarans didn't think they had any real good value. And then finally was the Rigel. And they left Earth in the 1990s. Sublight, these hand-picked specimens of genetic perfection found themselves on a planet towards the end of the 21st century. It was a hard, barren world, so they really had to be like tough, rugged people. But they fragmented into tribal groups. Then the Zangids appeared, trying to impose their will. They refused. The Zangid women, the Zangids enslaved the humans who fought back with guerrilla tactics, but they used to capture the Zangid women, and the Zangid women liked it, apparently. So eventually, there was a final rebellion. In one night, the entire Zangid garrison was killed, and the women carried off to found a new breed. It was the breed that became known as the Rigel. So that's your history. The Zangids attempted retaliatory raids. It was in the midst of one of these raids the Terrans showed up and dispersed the Zangid fleet, and the Rigels were like, "Who the hell are you guys? We're the humans. We came from Earth. You must be somebody else. You're lying to us." They were very wary, but eventually, at this point, the Zangids changed their attitude towards the Rigel. As female Zangids loved the Rigel, thought they were super hot, and wanted friendly relations. And then the Rigel became mercenaries, mostly experienced professional soldiers willing to fight for either side. But their planet was then neutral. With new allies, the occasional use of Rigel mercenaries, and the Terrans were slowly gaining the upper hand. At the end of the 23rd century, a new force appeared in the galaxy: the Vedeni. The Vedeni are religious fanatics on a holy war to conquer or convert the galaxy. No one knows where they came from, only that they follow a Mahdi. On each of their ships is a priest to ensure complete, unquestioning devotion. Heresy is dealt with swiftly and effectually, if somewhat brutally. So the Zangid saw the Vedeni as an opportunity to at last get the better of the Terrans, so they all converted to belief of the Mahdi. But what the Zangids are probably really trying to do is use the Vedeni to help destroy the Terrans, and then they can act as administrators, and they figure the Vedeni will then head on somewhere else in the galaxy to spread their faith. And that's where we are right now, as far as politics and all that stuff. That's the galaxy. So the Zangids are enemies, although right now you're not at war with them. The what are they called? The Vedeni are religious fanatics, um, and if you don't convert, you die. And that's where we're at. And at the beginning of this mission, Captain's Log, Stardate, basically, for the past 6 months, there's been a severe crop failure on Beta Sigma 3, a Terran-like planet, which is one of the Confederation's major breadbaskets. This has been attributed to a drastic change in the planetary weather patterns, from a temperate tropic climate to barren rainforest. It's suspected that the Zangid Empire is responsible for this disturbance. The Zangids have been desirous of the system ever since the failure of their own colony on Beta Sigma 4, which is the fourth planet in the system. This planet, also Terran-like, is badly contaminated with radiation because the colony's failure was due to a malfunction of the nuclear irrigation facilities. Several times in the past, the Zangids have attempted to damage agricultural economy on whoops, I lost my place. On Beta Sigma 3. The mission of... Oh, you need a name for your ship. I almost forgot. Destroyers are typically named after famous battles, I believe. Here we go. Named after famous battles, especially great military disasters. Some of the examples they give are Bunker Hill, Fredericksburg, Sedan, Little Bighorn, etc. You're not limited to that, and I'm going to allow the three of you to decide a name for your ship.
As we fly through space on the Waterloo.
Waterloo! Is that acceptable to everybody? No, that was a big military disaster for Napoleon. Yeah, cool. Waterloo.
For a second, I was like, "Oh, and we don't have Kevin with us. He'd be able to help us."
Yeah,
out
he
with
would.
that.
SFS Waterloo, the space fleet ship Waterloo. All right, cool. Thank you. So your mission of the destroyer Waterloo, is to deliver Dr. Marcus Kilcasey, a Tauran agriclimatologist. Agriclimatologist, not cologist, agriclimatologist, to Beta Sigma 3, and to determine the source of the disturbance and, if possible, eradicate it. What is happening on this planet? Why is it going from a garden world and it seems to be just dying out? You must bear in mind, Commander Vuto, that the Confederacy is technically at peace with the Zangid Empire. For this reason, unsubstantiated accusations which may provoke hostilities cannot be risked. The use of force should be restrained. Therefore, until definite proof of Zangid interference has been established. But remember, this is Star Trek, so once you got proof, you can do whatever you want. And then there is some data on the Beta Sigma system on this sheet, which has your mission on it, which is also in gaming text. It is a Class 2 orange giant star, estimated surface temperature of 4,000 degrees Celsius. There are 5 planets. Beta Sigma 1, a hot giant about the size of Jupiter. Beta Sigma 2, a medium hot giant about the size of Neptune. Beta Sigma 3, temperate planet, size of Mars, location of the friendly colony. Beta Sigma 4, subtemperate planet, size of Venus, site of the previous Zangid colonial base. And Beta Sigma 5, which is a cold dwarf, about the size of Mercury, largest and closest in an asteroid belt. It is considered to have one moon, which is really just a large asteroid. The moon is called Beta Minima. The rest of the asteroid belt is just bits of dust and rock. The Confederacy's prime suspicion is that the origin of the disturbance is from Beta Sigma 4, site of the previous Zangid colonial base. You probably should check in Beta Sigma 3 first when you get there, to let them know you're there and help is on the way or whatever. So
yeah, where are we starting from?
You're starting on
Beta Sigma?
Starbase 11.
Starbase. Okay.
Beta Sigma is 11 light years from here.
Okay.
So you need to establish a speed, whether or not you're going to have your shields up. You have to spend 5 points for life support.
Yeah.
And the commander gets to set the speed, but you can advise him as you know more about this. The main role playing will probably start once you reach the system, but this is a part of the game where you actually move across the galaxy. I thought it was kind of neat.
It's Lake, right? Is the
Yes.
So yes, Vuto cups his face contemplatively. And he's
Oh,
like,
what does he look like? What does Vuto look like? What do you want your characters to look like? Let's start with Commander Vuto. I didn't even ask that.
Oh yeah,
I
was
mean,
trying to.
beards, really nice. You got the sharp sideburns from Star Trek. How do you
yeah.
want your
So
character to look?
honestly, you kind of nailed it. So he has sideburns that go like
Monobrow.
almost, yeah, all the way down, and they end in like a sharp point, like almost like a dagger.
Okay.
He has a full-on mullet, which is it's very fashionable around this period of time. He is very heavily muscled,
Hmm.
a bit like an Adonis, but not quite in the face area. He's not
Okay.
particularly attractive in the face area, but he is built probably like at least like 6'4". Lots of muscle and a couple battle scars on his chest and arms. For those who, I don't know, see him walking out of the shower with a towel
I don't.
on or
Does he have
something like
Does
that.
he have a low cut uniform?
Yeah, I'm sure,
Like
yeah, so
Khan?
that's a little
That's
bit of
up
a
to
low cut
you.
uniform. But just putting like the first like the top of his chest and pectoral muscles
Okay.
on display. You guys know that he is dumb as rocks, and basically has no technical skill whatsoever. And however, but he's kind of mastered the art of murder, and surprisingly good at introducing himself to new people.
Do you have decent contact skill?
13, so he's actually pretty good at
There
it.
he is. Okay. A diplomat and a killer. Okay.
That sounds exactly why he got command, because my guy has no contact skills. So,
Okay. Ensign Smith. Let's do you next. You're second in command. What does your character look like?
All right. Um, Pretty plain looking for the most part. Like thin, uh, white male. A little
What,
bit of a
what color hair?
5 o'clock shadow. He's brunette, brown hair.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's kind of plain looking.
Okay. Any accent at all? Tell where he's from?
Um, the Midwest.
Okay. Okay, how about Ensign Lake?
yeah, 6 foot tall, brown hair, blue eyes, white human or whatever.
Clean shaven?
He no, he
Oh.
full beard.
Oh,
I'll give him
full
a full
beard.
beard.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Gregory
little
Tolstoy
rugged.
is dark haired. What's his charisma? Average. He's pretty average looking too. He's going to be clean shaven. Well, no, he's going to have a big bushy beard, like a big Russian beard. Um, and no, let's change that. He's going to have a little mustache and a goatee. So he looks like Trotsky or something like that. Um, he and he's young. We'll say he's really young. So he tries to act older than his age, but he's not as young as Chekhov was, but he's still pretty young. So, um, yeah. So he's a navigator. He'll set the course. You guys have to figure the speed. He tells you it's 11 light years away, Commander, and so it's at least a 2 day trip, right? It's at least a 2 day trip, right?
Mm, mm, mm. Lake, I want you to get us there in the most maximal fashion that you can.
A 2 day trip would be recommended, Captain.
Mm, Good. That is
Good.
exactly what I want.
Okay. So how much? What
I'll
speed?
set speed. I'll set speed to like warp 6. That would get us there within 2 days, right?
Warp 6 will. Remember, that's costing you 30 EUs. It's 5 per light year.
Yeah. So
So
that
that's
puts us at
30.
35 right now.
You're using 35
Or
because of life support.
life
Correct.
support.
Do you want shields up? You can have half shields for 15 or full shields. Well, you can't afford it unless you want to start damaging your engines already.
Right.
So do you want to do half shields at warp 6?
Uh, yeah.
And that'll leave you Well, that's
With
35.
no
That's
screen.
huh?
That would leave us with no screen.
No,
then
that's what I'm
as
saying.
well.
Half shields, half screens. Half screens will
Okay.
cost you 15. You said you're at 35, so that's 50. That'll use up all your power. So if you
Okay.
run into anything, you won't be able to turn or anything. You'll have to just come to a stop for the day. You know what I mean? Okay,
All right.
fair enough. All right.
Acceptable.
All right, so you leave Starbase 11. So that's going to be 6 light years. You will be passing the Klintos system, which you know is inhabited by an early modern civilization. So that's like 20th century. They don't have any space flight yet or anything like that. They haven't been contacted. Um, 2 light years past the Klintos system. Let's see if your navigator can pick this up in time. What pages? I wrote down page numbers for all these things I have to look up here. What is it? It's this. Okay, who wants to roll me a d6? Anybody can roll me a d6. This is the navigator.
I will.
You want to roll low.
Well, all right. I
What
rolled
did
a 5.
You rolled 5. Not good enough. Okay, so he does not
You didn't
detect.
tell me low. I would have grabbed a different die.
He does not detect the dust cloud that has accumulated 2 light years past Klintos. So you're doing warp 6. Ooh.
With half shield.
Yeah, I know that's going to help. That is going to help.
I was going to say, like, running into dust
The
system,
particles
I think
collide. Roll the
shields are
die
not
on the
gonna
table
help.
below to see if the ship is affected. Oh, it's a 2d12. Who wants to roll this for me? Again, you want to roll low on a 2d12.
I'll roll it.
Okay. Tell me what you get.
Oh, well, grand total was 12.
Okay.
So.
Oh, wait, dust cloud. Oh, God, you had to roll real low. Yeah. Wait. Dust cloud, that should not be there. 6. Oh, that's the gas cloud. Oh, you didn't have to roll as low as you would have had, but 12 is still too high. The ship crashes into this dust cloud. This is minute, microscopic, and atomic particles. The faster you're going, the better chance to affect you. The ship suffers. Okay, you got half screens. So, who wants to roll me another 6-sided die? And you do want to roll low again. Sean?
I rolled a 6.
Okay.
Oh, great start,
All
everybody.
right.
Everybody make new characters.
Yeah, full screens would have been no damage, but full screens are super fucking expensive. So that's 30%. If the ship's half screens, if the ship suffers from 10 to 6. Okay, 30% of your PPB, which is 50. That's 15 points of PPB damage to you. So, Aaron, you can keep track of that. Your PPB is now down to 35. As you hit this dust cloud, you're going to have to bring the ship to a stop. It's been badly damaged, even despite the shields. It would have been better if you'd had full shields. It would have been a lot worse if you'd have had no shields going when you were traveling. So you've made it 4 light years. What I'll say is you can maneuver this light year, the rest of this light year, through the dust cloud. As is, going very slowly, and it's going to take you, you drop into warp 1, and then you can come out the other side at the end of that. You can also, you can also try to repair your ship.
I was going to ask, can I try to repair anything?
Yeah. Let's see, is it repair a limited amount of damage? I don't think they ever say how much damage you can repair. So we'll tell you what, we're gonna have to make some of these rules. We're gonna have to make up as we go because I don't remember seeing anywhere. Hold on, let me quick check.
I will point at like 3 other people and be like, you, and you, go with him.
Okay.
And help him with repairs.
You're okay. All right. Yeah, that's mainly technical people. They will go to help. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything on damage.
Hopefully, the technical people are color coded for my use, so I can identify them.
They are. It's going to be like red shirts for technical, and yellow for command, and blue for the sciences. We'll say.
But I'm the cook.
The cook. All right. Offensive weapons. Let me take a quick look. Energy systems. See if there's anything about repairs here. Ship-to-ship combat. Evasion and pursuit, and that's where it ends. All right, Aaron. So, give me a technical skill or technical.
All right.
Yeah, do me technical.
I
Tell me
rolled
if
a
you made
10.
10 out of. Is that a success?
15.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
success.
that's a success.
Okay, roll me a d6, and we'll be and multiply that by 10. 40%. So you we're gonna say you can completely repair the ship. Is what I'm gonna say this time. I don't want you really
Okay.
going into this whole thing damaged. That's going to add a day to your travel, though. Well, no, you can do this while you're traveling through the dust cloud, as long as you're going slow. And you come out the other side 4 light years away from Starbase 11. You're going to have to go faster if you want to get there in 2 days now, Aaron. You know this. You don't suspect that Commander Vuto... You don't know... You know he can count to 10. You don't know beyond that. As if he's wearing his boots. So, yeah.
Maybe 11.
Maybe, yeah, true, if he's naked.
Well, let's do this. Okay. Decrease speed to 4. Because 6 was maybe
4?
too much.
Yeah. So that would
And
cost
that
you
will get
25 with life support the next day.
Okay.
You can always keep some in reserve, too, if you want to, like, maneuver around stuff. So keep that in mind. Warp 4 and what kind of shields?
Half shields again.
Half shields, so 15, so that's 25 and 15
I'm
is...
kind of asking in a way though too. So
That's up to you.
Half shields.
You'll have to do half shields, actually, because you only have 50.
that's kind
That's
of what
right.
I thought.
Yeah, okay.
So,
So warp 4. So the next day will put you 1, 2, 3, 4 between the Belair system and the Aki Prandania. Prandania. Belair is a red giant with no planets. You can see it in the distance as you pass by. Prandania is an orange star with 3 planets, but it's uninhabited. You know that. One of them is a garden planet. Nothing unusual happens. There's nothing else in your way in this time. And that'll put you at Beta Sigma at the end of the 3rd day if you do the same thing the next day, because the captain said go warp 4. And you don't see anything unusual. There are no dust clouds. There's no anomalies. You've heard of strange space mirrors. You don't know what the hell they're talking about. There's all kinds of crazy crap in space. Beacons of races that just want to test you or mess with you. You don't see... nothing else happens. You come into the Beta Sigma system. There's 5 planets. You can use your... Sean, you can use your intelligence to... well, actually, there's certain things you can get from the computers, which are number of planets, gravity, radiation. Let's see, 3.1 is the computer section. Computers, yeah. Gravity, temperature, atmosphere, and radiation. So you can get this for free, which is that basically shows all the information is accurate, it seems like, from what the Space Fleet Command has given you. There's a lot of radiation on Beta Sigma 4. You do not probably want to go down to the surface without radiation suits. Or if you do, you don't want to stay for very long. And the gravity is as was described. There's low gravity on the smaller planets. You obviously can't land on the gas giants, but you come into orbit around Beta Sigma at the end of your basically day of using fuel and all that stuff, and you can decide if you want to transport down to the surface now or if you want to wait until you've had a sleep cycle.
I mean, is it there's a base down here, right?
There is. The planet has one main city,
Okay.
and then plantations. I mean, it's like a huge agricultural planet. All they're doing here is growing food. You are contacted. Beep beep. The communications officer turns and says, "Commander, We're receiving a. They'd like receiving a signal from the surface. They'd like to communicate with you.
On screen.
This man appears on the screen. He's a little guy. He's like, please identify yourself, unknown craft.
Yeah, I'm Commander Vuto of the was it USMS
It's
Waterloo?
SFS. It's Space Fleet Ship Waterloo. SFS Waterloo.
Okay, gotcha. Of the SFS Waterloo.
Oh,
Here to render assistance.
oh, that's great. I will contact Mr. Smith. It's night here now, our third shift, so I'll contact him in the morning.
My crew and I will teleport down at dawn.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. And the screen goes blank, and you guys spend the night. He said teleport, Lake. It's real costly. But it's up to him.
It's at a whole new day, though, at least.
Yes, you're fresh. So just kind of keep track of everything that you guys do. It's going to be 5 points base every day. And then after that, keep track of teleporting 3 people. I don't know how many. You don't know how many yet.
Yeah. How many's going to be teleported down?
Oh, it's going to have to be, well, me, you two, and then that's it.
Yeah.
That's all we need, right?
Yeah, you don't need a whole lot of people.
All right.
This is a friendly planet.
Do we need our navigation guy?
Probably not necessarily. It's a Terran colony. For now, you don't need him. If you think you're going to need some muscle, you probably don't need him. He's not much muscle, but you know, you can always have him beam down later or come down in a shuttle too. Don't forget.
Yeah, and I'll put him in like semi-active command or
yeah, he'll be in command when you're out of the ship because he's 4th in command. You probably should leave him on board unless you really want him. So yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly right.
Oh, and it costs you 5 points to enter orbit.
So that'd still put us at 20.
10 actually would have cost you 10 points to use the nuclear drive to come into the system, and then 5 more points. 5 for that and 5 more to actually enter a planet's orbit. But that you still had points to spare, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so
you're not doing anything until the next day.
And we don't need radiation suits here, do we?
No. This is Beta Sigma 3.
It's the other one.
The other one is irradiated. Your science officer. I don't know. Did you fill him in on everything, or they've already got the report? So it's up to you.
I had to make an intelligence check on that.
No, that's information you get for free. Gravity, radiation.
Yeah, I would have been.
That stuff is just you don't have to make a roll. If you want to see anything more specific than that, that's when you have to start making rolls.
Okay. Yeah, I would have given them the breakdown of we need to stay away from this location.
This other planet. We don't want to go there. It's bad.
All right. I'm gonna need you to color that in red. For danger. That's a danger planet.
Yes,
and
sir.
If you can, the ones that are medium danger, make them yellow, and then if they're good planets, make them green.
I will do that, sir.
That's easy.
It's a simple system. It really is.
But it works. Okay, so the night passed uneventfully. You don't hear anything from the planet's surface. You're in orbit. You can beam down to the capital. That's where that radio transmission came from. Your communications officer tells you. Yeah.
Do we wanna check anything on maybe long range scanners at first while we're here?
Yeah, you can, if you want. You gonna go suggest that to the science officer?
I'm asking our captain that.
Oh yeah, okay.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah. Do all the scanning that you feel that you want to do.
Okay.
I forget. Yeah, Mr. Smith, do you agree that would be a good idea?
I think that could be very beneficial.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Give me now. I think that's
I'm
scanning.
third in command, so I'm just asking questions of my higher command people. So
give me an intelligence check, Sean.
I failed.
You failed. Okay. You make a scan. You don't pick up anything. You don't see any other ships in system. It's easy to hide a ship in a system. You know that. But you don't find any other ships. There's just radiation. That one planet is irradiated. You can survive there for a short period of time. You don't want to stay there for more than a few hours. And even if you go down there without radiation suits for even a little while, you're going to want to get to sick bay after that. This planet seems to be having some. It's the weather's not great. It's kind of cold for crops. You think it's cool? It's cooler than you would think. A planet of this type. From your from your.
I am smart enough to be like, hey, that science person who's with us. Why don't you
Smith?
get? No, the other
Oh.
science person, the one we're escorting.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's Dr. Marcus Kilcasey. He's in his room. You're supposed to basically take him to the surface. He's gonna start analyzing once he gets down. And he was
You're
already
doing all the
asleep.
scanning.
He was already
then-
asleep. You will need 4.
Then
That'll be
we'll
20
need
points.
4 people.
But yeah, he was asleep when you guys arrived.
Have him look at these things when you get him up when he's up in the morning, and figurate whether it's right.
Configurate. That must be a Rigel word. You've never heard it before. You can kind of guess what it means in context. Okay, so yeah, the night passes uneventfully. At breakfast in the galley, Dr. Marcus Kilcasey is there. So he's having his breakfast. He's looking over like one of those pad things that you can ride on. Yeah, he's eating his breakfast. I don't know if anybody wants to join him or talk to him or not, or if you guys just want to. What do you want to do?
But you know what? I'll sit down with the doctor, and
He looks up when you do.
Doctor,
Commander.
my people, they did some scans of this planet, and I know that you're going to be going down there because you're concerned about
Yes.
crops.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, there's something wrong with the climate apparently. I'm looking over the initial reports here.
Yeah, we have some more reports, and I just kind of gesture at my friend.
That's Smith.
Yeah, Smith. Smith, where are you?
Where is Smith? Is he in there? Is he in the galley getting breakfast?
Yeah, he's getting breakfast.
Okay.
Well, Smith, show this doctor your reports.
Well, I didn't bring him with me, but I can. I'll give him the rundown.
He listens to what you have to
Yeah.
say, which isn't much, except for just the same information that was
Yep.
in your briefing. Yes. That sounds exactly what I've heard.
So, are there any chances that this could be an enemy plot that could involve violence?
I suppose it could. Have you seen any Zangids?
Well, not from. We're in space.
He doesn't laugh. He's a Taran, remember? He's got long ears and a green complexion, and he's.
But he
Oh.
looks at you like you're an idiot. I'm just like, come on, we're in space. Of course, I haven't.
There are no Zangid ships around, Commander.
Oh no.
None
That's.
have been spotted.
I cannot think of any natural reason why the climate of the planet should change so dramatically in 6 months.
Unless it was a plot.
Possibly. But I will examine the surface and see what I can find out. And of course, if you and your men can find out anything, that would be helpful as well.
Good. We'll be leaving in the hour.
Yes, sir.
And I very abruptly kind of get up. What I'm going to do is, seeing as now we've hit 4 people on the
Yeah.
teleportator, way I figure is we got to it's going to use the same energy to bring down 6, so I'm going to bring 2 additional.
No, it takes 5 points per person per transport. So keep that in mind.
Per person.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not just per transport. The energy uses in this game are really, really, really tough. So, yeah, it'll only cost you 5 points to just sit in orbit. if the ship doesn't move. So technically,
Wow.
you could send 9 people, or you could send
We
4
still need
people
5
down and 4 people back up, and
We
have
still
one
need
to
5
spare.
for life support as
Right.
well.
No, that's what I said. 5.
yeah.
You have 50, so 45 leaves you 9 uses of the teleporter.
Okay.
So you could
Should we
Or
should we
9
shuttle
people.
it
9
at
people.
this point?
Shuttle's cheap. Shuttle's free if you take an hour to set the shuttle up. It let's see. Yeah, where the hell? Priming the shuttle ships. Yeah, if you take an hour to set up the shuttle, it's free. If you want it like I need the shuttle out the bay in 5 minutes, then it costs 5. And I think a shuttle trip to the surface takes an hour.
Well, let's take the shuttle and maybe take some additional staff with us. 'Cause how many fit on that shuttle?
You can also use a shuttle to get from planet to planet in system. They don't have a warp drive, but they do have nuclear drives.
So it could be a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, it takes a
use
little
shuttle.
longer, but yeah.
Yeah.
Large amount of equipment, blah 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 blah. Takes 1 hour of game time to load and prime a shuttle. Travel between planets takes the same amount of time as for spaceships. Depends on distance, which they don't actually talk about distance of planets in here anywhere. So, travel to the planet's surface from ship's orbit takes an hour, and vice versa.
All right. But I will command that the shuttle be prepared
Okay, yeah, it'll be ready in an hour.
and for some additional staff.
These
Here's
can,
what I'm gonna do.
They can carry up to 50 people. You could empty
Wow.
your ship if you wanted into this shuttlecraft, which is not advisable. But so yeah, there's plenty of room in this shuttle. There's 11 people on board right now. Your crew and Dr. Kilcasey.
I'll be like, okay, I'll tell Ernest and Smith, and I know Smith will comply with this. Just to bring a helper along with his skill set. So in other words, each of you guys bring an assistant,
A subordinate.
a redshirt
Yeah.
assistant.
Yeah.
And I'll bring a goon with me.
Okay, so 6 are going down to the planet. That'll leave 4 on board the ship, including Tolstoy.
It'd be 7. It'd be 7.
Seven
We're
with
bringing
Dr.
down.
Kilcasey, yes.
With
That's
Dr.
right,
yeah.
That's right. But there's 6 crewmen coming down. Okay, yeah. So after an hour, the shuttle's ready. Everybody boards. It leaves from the ships are saucers, and then the entire engine area is just engine. So picture like those old destroyers or scouts that they had in the oh shoot. There was a guy that made the Star Trek technical manual back in the 70s. It's just a saucer with a section connecting to an engine. That's kind of what your destroyer looks like. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Like the science vessels or whatever. I can't think of the type of class or whatever.
Well, there was destroyers and there were scouts that were like that in this book that I'm thinking of. But yeah, it's just a saucer connected to one. It's not a Grissom. It's not like the Grissom. That's way later than this. From Star Trek 3.
There was like an old, I want to say, Super Nintendo game where it was like you could pit Starship against starships. So, and I can't. I want to say Miranda. Why is this like a Miranda class?
And the Miranda was actually the Defiant from Wrath of Khan.
Okay, but I know there was like small little saucer shape, but they were like, but all the engines was like all tucked in.
Yeah, this just has one
everything.
single engine in the back. Your destroyer does.
Okay,
Pretty small ship.
Okay.
So anyway, you leave. You fly down to the planet's surface. You land at the spaceport there. There's a spaceport in this first city. They're expecting you. And you're met by a gentleman who introduces himself. He says, welcome to Beta Sigma 3. I'm Supervisor Thomas Smith.
So using my awesome contact skills, I'm going to give him a firm handshake and smile at him with a winning smile.
You don't have to make a roll for that. You give him a firm handshake. Welcome. You're the crew. You're the Waterloo crew.
Yes, and this is Dr.
Dr. Marcus Kilcasey is what he says.
Yes, Dr. Kilcasey.
Smith shakes his hand. Tells you that for the last 6 months they've been having these difficulties. Crops are dying. Temperatures are all the wrong. It just something's terribly wrong. Um, he notes that the planet's mostly large plantations. A lot of the harvesting and planting is done by robots. So there's only a population of about 10,000 on the entire planet, and they're spread out really far. Most are in the city. Probably 5 or 6,000 are here. The rest are spread out on various plantations, which again are mainly the workforce is mostly robots here. But they haven't been doing much because he kind of points to the sky and it's kind of overcast. It's chilly. You can see areas where the grass is just dead. He's like, I don't know how to explain it.
I want to pull out my planetary radar and make some scans.
Okay, yeah, make a roll. Make a technical roll.
Yeah, technical, right?
Yes. Let me find planetary.
11 out of 15.
Okay, that's success. Beep 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 beep. The planetary radar. Beep beep beep. You track objects on a planet's surface. You do not pick up any other ships on the planet's surface, and the only things that are moving are small, like hover vehicles and that kind of thing that are probably individually owned. Nothing that seems out of the ordinary. There's not a lot of travel right now, obviously, outside of this city. And then there's a lot of activity and energy in the city.
Everything appears normal on my scanner, Commander.
Have you tried waiting until the springtime to plan things?
It is spring. And he starts going into all the way the planet is, and then the north, the spring is this time of year, and then that's when they plant there, and in the south, the spring is another time of year, and that's when they plant, blah, blah, blah. He's just blah, blah, blah. You're picking up words like plant and spring and north and south. Make an intelligence check. How about that? Let's see if you actually are like, oh, I know how planets work well enough to know that that there's summer in the north, it's winter in the south. Any luck there, Brent?
Am I rolling a D6?
You're rolling a D20.
D20.
Yeah, these are all D20 rolls. You want to roll
D20.
under your intelligence, please.
Gotcha.
Hey, you never know. Get lucky, be like, oh yes, I know how planets work, dumbass.
I rolled a natural 1, which is great.
Did you?
Honestly.
Yeah. You pick up. Yeah, you know how planets work. You know that depending on the tilt of the planet is. But right now, it should be what you get from him is it should be spring here right now, and it should be fall in the south. They should be harvesting in the south. They should be planting now, but they can't do either because the plants are dead in the south because of this weird weather, and they can't plant yet because it's too cold still here, because the crops that they plant need to come in once it starts to become warmer. It's like everything is wrong. There's something really wrong, and it's on a planetary scale. And the other two of you can make intelligence rolls, but if your intelligence is better than 10, I'm not going to make you make that roll. You'll just if you listen intently to what he's saying, you're going to get it. But Commander Vuto, with his really low intelligence, might not have, but you did.
I got a 12 in my intelligence. So.
Yep. I got 13.
If you have at least 10, don't even bother. You're just listening to him, and he's like, this is happening. Vuto sometimes zones out when things get really technical and boring. Is what I'm figuring with his low intelligence.
Indeed.
Right.
So
classic eyes glaze over.
Yes, his eyes kind of glaze over. He picks up keywords sometimes. Dr. Kill Casey is also listening very intently to what is being told to him. Smith, your science is all based on intelligence, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, give me an intelligence check. You're the scientist here. You're the science officer.
I failed.
Okay. So you can't think of anything that could do this, that could cause this kind of a change in this kind of a time period of a planet. It does not seem possible.
Or even at this scale.
Well, yeah, the whole thing, the scale.
Yeah.
Everything's going wrong with this planet. If the planet was shifting geologically, this should not be happening at this pace. You know what I mean? If there's a new ice age coming, it should be much more gradual than this. It shouldn't be 6 months and they can't get any crops to grow. And you know that despite your failure.
Yeah.
Something about lasers, maybe? Where they're using lasers to cool the planet? There has to be some kind of enemy.
Kill Casey just looks at you, and then he says, I'll begin my investigation. Do you have a hover vehicle I can use?" He's saying this to Supervisor Smith, and Smith goes, "Yes," and he gets a subordinate. Says, "Give Dr. Casey anything he needs," and the Taran heads out. He says, "I will keep in touch, Commander."
Is Doctor so is out of character? Is Doctor Kilcasey basically jumping on a hover vehicle and going to do his own research?
Yes, he's going to start doing his research with because he is mainly. You're talking about lasers. He's an agriclimatologist, so he's going to be doing like weather stuff and that kind of shit. If it's not that, he'll be able to let you know that. But it's going to take him some time to do his own research. Yes.
Just because he's kind of essential, I'm gonna put my security guy on him.
Yeah, he's willing to take that guy with him. Yeah, he doesn't mind. He hands the guy a bunch of equipment and says, "Okay, come on, let's go." And they get into like a little hover car, and it takes off. Yeah, he'll be doing science stuff of his own, while you guys can do your own thing. You could also accompany him if you want. It sounds really boring, to be quite honest. But you can do whatever you want. You guys are the player characters. Yeah.
All right. So here's what I'm thinking.
Lasers.
I mean, okay. So if you were some kind of villainous entity or group, how would you cool this planet?
Who are you asking this to? Both of them?
Both.
I think
of
he's
them.
asking to everyone.
Are you
Yeah.
waiting for
Yeah.
Smith to go his own way before you have this discussion, or do you want to include him? Because he can still be there or not, depending on when you want to have this discussion.
No, Smith is still. Is Smith?
He's the supervisor. He's the planetary supervisor.
There's
He's basically.
two Smiths.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
two
sorry.
Smiths. Okay.
I named this guy Tomas Smith before we started,
Oh, gotcha.
so he has the same name. Supervisor
Um,
Smith can be there or
So-
not. He's in charge of the planet. He was like duly elected as planetary supervisor.
I'm going to start calling our Smith Smitty. So
That actually helps.
Yeah, you
a lot.
both could do that. Yeah. Do you want Supervisor Smith to stay? Do you want to have this conversation away from him?
No, before we get into our own theories, I'm gonna be like Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith. that is.
Yes.
Have you had any odd disappearances of
No.
important people?
No.
Really smart people who know
No.
things about climate disappearing all of a sudden.
Nothing unusual except for the weather and the fact that it's affecting the entire planet. It has been for about 6 months.
What about any people who are angry about the way you're supervising or your people are supervising that
No.
would have a reason to mess around with things?
I don't think so. No. I mean, we've had some Zangid plots, but they always failed.
What are the plots? What do
He
they
named
do?
some
Are they
things
attacks?
about it is pretty crude stuff. It's like certain fires were lit about 2 years ago. There were some forest fires that were mysterious. It was found that the Zangids were seeding the forests with these lightning attractors so that they would start up fires to try to do damage to the planetary ecology or damage the crops. That was quelled by, he names another destroyer that you guys recognize. Names the Bunker Hill was here, blah blah blah.
Oh, wow.
And that they came and they dealt with that, and a couple other times that since the Zangid colony on Beta Sigma 4, they were using some kind of nuclear irrigation. I don't know exactly what happened there, but it led to some kind of cascade effect that irradiated the planet and ruined it for them. It wasn't a very good planet to begin with. To be quite honest, it was going to be hard going to make that into something like Beta Sigma 3. But ever since then, there's been 2 or 3 times when the Zangids have tried various things to cause damage to our crops or once they were attacking freighters that were bringing foodstuffs out, that was dealt with fairly quickly. And every time the government claims it was rogue elements of the Zangid, and they weren't connected to the government, that kind of that kind of things.
That's they always try that.
Don't they?
All right. Okay. The radiation thing. Science guys, and I look at my two science guys. Can they do a radiation from a long distance to make the planet get warmer, like a global warming, really? That thing? Maybe they're doing the same thing.
Idea.
Say again, Sean.
Can we do an intelligence check
Yeah,
on that
yeah,
idea?
you can do an intelligence check, see if that's feasible or not.
I believe I matched. Yep, I matched.
Yeah, that's a success. You, according to your initial scans of the planet, there's no unusual radiation here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If they were somehow dumping radiation from Beta Sigma 4 here, there would be some trace of that same kind of radiation that you picked up from Beta Sigma 4, and you're not picking any up at this time.
I didn't detect any radiation when we were in orbit. It seems unlikely, sir.
Okay, so not radiation.
Could they be cooling the? Could the sun, or not? He wouldn't say sun. Could the star in the system be cooling somehow? Is this planet not getting enough energy from their local star?
I knew it. Lasers. and he kind of hits his fist against, like, I don't know, a wall or something like that. Almost.
Again, Smitty, you did a scan of the star. It's got an estimated surface temperature of 4,000 centigrade. That is consistent with records for the system.
No.
All right,
and
so
we're
not
not. The planet's not moving further away in a drastic fashion from that star.
You have not done any kind of scans for that specifically.
Okay.
So it could be.
I would like to try to scan the, local bit of atmosphere around us.
Yeah.
If there's increased dust particles.
Sure. Give me another intelligence check. I think that's what you need to use your. You've got the. Did you fail? Okay. Okay. You don't pick up anything out of the ordinary. What is your intelligence, Sean?
Grab a different D20.
13 is pretty good.
D20.
Yeah. Change D20s.
Your D20s.
Yeah. So you're using the auto analyzer then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got to roll score less your intelligence for each use to obtain the information you desire. Damn thing's not working right, I guess.
Yeah.
You're like, and you're not picking up anything that you would suspect would be anything. You could try again. I'm not going to say you can only do things one time.
Yeah.
You're not picking up anything. Like, that's weird. There should be something that I'm picking up.
Yeah.
Rockets
I'm
that are
gonna
pushing
fiddle
the
with
planet.
it for a minute, and then I'll try again.
Okay, you can try again. Rockets. Smith's listening to you. The supervisor Smith is listening.
Okay,
You're having
I am
difficulty with
changing-
the machine. You're having difficulty with the auto analyzer right now. It's just not giving you very good readings. Smith's like, rockets.
Can I look?
Where would they be?
Can I use that machine potentially, or is
It's an intelligence check. Hold on. It says scientific only. Hold on. Let's see.
Okay, then no. I don't know that. I don't have the knowledge to read that.
If an officer's
We would have picked it up if it was giant rockets.
Probably.
So-
Yeah, you would have. Hold on, guys.
We would have picked that up.
Do some role play. I'll be right back. I gotta close the door so the dogs don't go out the door. Wait.
So theories.
I'm changing dice.
Yeah, don't use your D&D D20. Use something else.
I'll use my Cthulhu D20.
Yeah, that's used to rolling low, right?
I don't use it in Cthulhu, so.
Well, right.
I rolled two
Yeah.
18s in a row.
Well, maybe you're getting them burnt out.
Can't believe I actually made an intelligence check. That's hilarious.
Did you figure it out yet?
Expect that to happen.
I had to close the door. If they go out at night, sometimes there's all kinds of animals out there and skunks and terrible things. Okay, did you figure it out?
Skunks would be bad enough.
No rockets. You didn't spot any rockets. You're right. If they were not firing, Smith, you know your planet, you would have to make an actual check with the computer to see if you could actually spot them from the ship. So if they're just inert right now, it could be rockets. I mean,
well, you know what? I'll take the initiative as the commander. I'm going to call my navigation specialist on there.
oh yeah,
I have a
there
communicator.
you go. There it is. Ooh.
I forget what. Navigator.
Yes, Captain. Yeah, yes, Commander.
I'm going to need
Yes,
you to
yes, Commander.
scan the surface of the planet
Oh,
as best you can to try to find
Yes.
if there are any activated or deactivated rockets that may be pushing the planet out of its normal spot.
really?
No, did I stutter? Go ahead and check it out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll call you back. And then the line goes dead, basically. Let's see.
He could have like someone
Beep,
else
boop,
that's
beep.
more qualified to check
Beep,
that.
boop, beep. Yeah, I know.
though. Yeah,
Remember, there's only
okay.
10 people on your crew. This is a tiny little ship.
We have almost all of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Right,
He's up
right.
there with 3 other guys.
I figure
And you
there's a science guy, a medical guy.
There's definitely
an
there's
engineer guy.
probably a medical. There is a communications officer. There'd be a helmsman of some kind flying the ship, who you guys might have with you. Where are the computers? Computer. Let's see. Okay, so I made the successful intelligence check, and then I roll a 6-sided die, and that's how many questions I can get answers. 4 questions. Are there any rockets on the surface, either active or inactive? That could move the planet. Beep beep beep. Your communicator beeps. He says, "Commander, we have not picked up any rockets on the surface that might be used to move the planet, either active or inactive."
So and nothing like large magnets or nothing like that either.
Hold on. They check. It takes him a few moments. He says, "No, sir. Nothing that we're detecting. No magnets. No lasers. No rockets. No large energy sources."
Continue to every once in a while see if you note any ships coming in and out of
Right.
the orbit of the planet.
Oh, definitely.
And
if there's another,
message me if you notice anything.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. If there's any ships, we will let you know immediately. Well, yeah, we haven't picked up any ships at this point.
All right. Well, you're doing a good job.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commander. Sorry, I forgot the accent. Damn it. Thank you,
Yeah.
Commander. Thank you, Commander. I am doing
Doc.
a good job. Da.
All right. So
These are great questions, by the way, guys. These are great ideas.
I'll tell Smith, not Smitty, but Smith. I'll be like, well, we're gonna start our own investigation, and we'll follow up with you if anything comes to mind about what might be happening, or you see any odd behaviors from some of your people, or
Of course.
just let us know. And
Definitely.
I'll give him our communicator code thingy.
Yeah, you can give like a frequency
Whatever.
that he can contact
Yeah.
you with, and it'll beep you on your personal communicator
Mhm.
if he needs you. And he gives you like a way to contact them. If you have information you want to get directly to him immediately, you've got a way to communicate with him now.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Of course. And then he's off with his couple of guys that he's got with him, his subordinates, whatever. What are you gonna do?
All right, Smitty Lake.
The other,
Yeah.
other, the brothers stay with us.
The others
Oh,
and the
the other
rest.
my gut's telling me that we can get into the shuttle and start doing flybys, and see what we can see.
Yeah.
That's the best option I got. But I know you guys sometimes know more than me. So, what would you guys suggest?
I was actually going to suggest that very thing. So
Flybys? All right.
So flying around the planet, trying to see if
Yeah,
see anything
just-
unusual. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys board the shuttle, take back off, and start flying around. You're
does
not.
the shuttle have its own like computer system and like scanners and everything? Or
Sure. It's got
Okay.
little. You can use intelligence checks with scanners to try to detect unusual activity.
Okay.
So who wants to be on that? Who wants to be scanning?
I'll scan.
Okay, go for it. Give me a roll. Come on, Sean.
Intelligence?
Yes, you can
Yeah.
make it. You can do it. Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
You're not picking up
Change
anything.
dice. I got another 18.
Blow on them. Tell them you love them, and then
Lick them. Do something
don't lick
nasty
'em.
to.
Anyway,
Do
so
something nasty to them.
you're
so
not
they
picking
feel
up.
negative.
You kind of cruise the planet. The shuttles can go really fast, as far as like in atmosphere. So you can cover a lot of the planet. You can probably go all the way around the northern hemisphere and then all the way around the southern hemisphere in a couple of hours. You know what I mean? Like crazy fast. But you're not picking up anything out of the ordinary as far as like, just nothing. No magnets, no lasers, no rockets. There's not a beam coming out of the sun or something that doesn't. Nothing. Everything seems to be there. You've got all this. You can see equipment, robot equipment on the ground as you pass over these plantations, these big plantations with gigantic fields. Now they have kept a lot of the woodlands, like in between the fields. Obviously, you can look that up on the computer or something to help with weather patterns and stuff, so that like you don't end up with a dust bowl if you get rid of all the trees, you run into problems.
Yeah.
And
Wind erosion is a
yeah,
bitch.
wind erosion. Thank you. But otherwise, everything looks normal, except there are lots of barren spots where obviously the weather is just wrecking these crops.
So during this time period, because sounds like it takes a couple hours.
Yeah, it'll take a couple.
I mean, basically the commander got his signature spring rifle, blood spiker, covered in all kinds of hash marks of the many people he's killed during his mercenary days.
Nice.
He has it just ready to go, and he keeps on kind of like being like every once in a while being like, did you detect anything yet?
You can make another roll, Sean.
No?
I'll give you you can make another roll. One for like the north, one for the south, we'll say.
And I'm assuming we're doing these like flybys all outside of the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, you could be. You could be up just at the edge of the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, only because like we would be traveling at subsonic or
No, you'll be traveling at supersonic
not
speeds.
supersonic.
Yeah,
That's what.
you
Yeah,
definitely are.
supersonic speeds.
Sean, so the northern atmosphere, you couldn't find anything. Southern atmosphere, you're certain there's nothing going on down there. Like 100%. Northern atmosphere, you just didn't get any readings that said anything. Southern atmosphere, you did some more intensive scans and found absolutely nothing is happening there.
Does this eat up the whole day to do this?
Like I said, a couple hours. You can go.
Commander would be like, let's go back around the other one.
Northern
northern
atmosphere,
side.
northern hemisphere. Yeah, you can. And Sean,
Give it
you can,
another
make,
go.
you can make another roll. I'll say every hour you can make a roll to check. You're pretty certain that nothing's going on in the southern hemisphere.
Ooh, that's a big one. That's a 4.
Okay, yeah. No, nothing in the northern either. Nothing you can pick up or detect seems to indicate that anything is influencing the planet from the outside.
Sir, I am seeing no outside influence on this planet.
All right. maybe Kill Casey will let us know. He has to be getting close to being done now. I think that we should go to the bar and consider things further.
There are bars in the main city,
Mhm.
which is just called Prime City, because that feels like Star Trekky.
You did a good job, Smitty. So first one's on me.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating, Smitty.
Yeah.
Something has to be affecting the planet. This is unnatural. You know this is unnatural.
Okay.
But you're not sure how. Make me another intelligence check.
I have an idea.
What's your idea? Maybe you should spill that first.
Well, I failed the intelligence check.
Okay. So you guys find the local, one of the nicer bars there. Money's not really a big deal thing. It's like Star Trek. Don't worry about it. And yeah, you guys can have some drinks and get a meal around lunchtime.
I don't know if it would be possible, but do we know the makeup of this planet's core?
Probably.
Lava.
Yeah, it's like Earth, it's Earth-like. It's a lava. It's an iron core planet.
Molten
yeah.
iron, yeah, molten iron.
Yeah.
I don't think that would affect it in this way, but could the core be cooling?
Could it? Could you?
That your
How'd
shuttle
you
won't-
core?
You'd have to use the main ship to make any kind of scans of the core. You know what I mean? Like the shuttlecraft would not have that sophisticated equipment. I'm not gonna think. You can do a lot with the shuttle, but scanning the planet deeply would take it.
Yeah,
from the ship's
I can
sensors.
see that.
Good work, Smitty. You always think better when you have a drink or two in you. Navigator.
Waterloo, go ahead, Commander.
I want you to scan the
So Waterloo.
core of the planet and tell me if you see anything is odd.
One moment. One moment, sir.
Even the
Give
commander
me
at this
one
point, he puts down the thing. He's like, Smitty, is he even qualified for that scan?
Somebody will figure it out. If the ship
not
explodes.
sure.
Whoops. Beep, beep, beep. Your communicator beeps for you as he calls you back. He says, Commander, there does not seem to be any kind of changes in the core of the planet. I used to be able to do a Russian accent really well, and I forgot.
It's really hard to do a Russian accent.
Yes, Commander, there is nothing going on in the core of the planet.
All right. We're just pulling at threads
Of course.
at this point. Thank you. And I go ahead and hang up.
Okay,
And I'm
yeah.
like, okay, Smitty, I'm gonna go ahead and buy Smitty 2 more drinks.
Okay, Sean, do 2 shots.
And I'm gonna be like, okay, come on, think,
Think,
get those
Smitty,
thinking.
Think.
If my analyzer had been working properly, I think it could be something with the dust or the atmosphere in general, similar to a nuclear event or a large explosion could throw much dust into the atmosphere, causing a global cooling.
Oh,
All right, good, yeah.
Wouldn't we see a lot of dust though in the air? Wouldn't the sun be blocked in some way?
You would think yes, but
Don't certain particles reflect certain different wavelengths of light? So depending on what the dust is made of, it could be minute, I would imagine, and hard to detect, but also ultra reflective.
I suppose that could be the case. Yes.
One of the crewmen points out, however.
Ooh, we have our.
Yeah,
We
you
have
got two guys
here.
with you still. You got Smitty's assistant and Ernest and Lake's assistant, or one of the list.
Oh yeah.
Points out that wouldn't
I look
put
over at the
enough.
kitty table, and I'm like, oh, it's like a little bit
No,
lower
they're
down.
with you guys, but the one who Smitty's usually takes over for him when he needs taken over. Points out that would require, like you said, Captain, a nuclear explosion or a volcanic eruption of massive proportions. They would have noticed that, wouldn't they?
It doesn't seem like a bunch of eggheads would be able to not notice something like that.
And
they would have had that figured out
Yeah.
in 2 seconds.
And Smitty, you did not pick any unusual radiation anywhere. Now, I guess if the planet were somehow seeded with dust, that could be a possibility, like from space. But it would,
Yeah.
you'd have to have a huge, huge ship or a huge amount of this dust in order to affect the climate this way.
Like
I
that,
get
like that dust storm we drove through. Or yeah,
What dust storm?
drove through. Didn't we
Oh,
come through a
dude,
big
that was
dust
light
cloud?
years away. Yeah,
Okay,
that
Yeah,
dust
it was
cloud would have
light
been
years.
plenty, but that was like 8 or 9 light years
okay.
away.
I didn't know like
Yeah.
if something could. Yeah, I didn't know.
Well, if a dust cloud like that did come through the system, it could potentially do that. If you check with Smith, with Supervisor Smith, though, there hasn't been any. They would have picked that up. There are some scanners that would advise them if something like that had come through. You know what I mean? He'll check on it, but he calls you back in a few minutes. He's like, no, nothing like that's happened. Beep, beep. That's the commander's communicator.
all right, Commander.
Commander, this is Dr. Marcus Kilcasey. I've
Well,
done my
so,
scans.
Hopefully you found something out because we
I
have not
have.
figured out anything. Oh,
Well,
good.
I have found out one thing. The axis of the planet is moving. It has already
could-
moved several degrees in the last 6 months.
What could do that? Is that some kind of natural thing? That
Nothing,
can't be natural.
Nothing can do that, sir. Not to my knowledge. Bum, bum, bum. Commercial. Okay.
Yeah.
Big exciting commercial. And we come back to Captain Commander Vuto. Lower, look, still on his communicator.
As I just take a deep breath and I'm like, is this going to require evacuation of the whole planet?
Eventually, sir.
Or
If it's not corrected. It's
how?
not natural. The planet probably still has another year before it becomes barren, if the process doesn't stop.
So, what does it take to fix a planet moving out of its what do you call it, axis?
Nothing that we can do. That's beyond the capabilities of any starship. I have no idea how this is possible. I hate to admit it, I am quite confused, Commander. You know Tyrants don't like to say they don't know things. They hate that. You know what I mean?
That's a bad sign.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I will continue my investigation and try to figure out what might be causing this. But if something exterior to the world is causing this, it is not something that I've been able to detect.
In that case, I think the answer lies off planet then. We may have to simply start to explore this solar system to see if there's some outside effect doing this. Maybe it's that irradiated planet nearby.
Possibly.
Be my-
That's beyond my knowledge, sir. You know, he's a what I call him. He's a agriclimatologist. So, if I find anything further, I will keep you informed.
Thank you, appreciate it. I very somberly put my communicator away, and you heard my part of it. Something about the axis being shifted and
Well, that
it
makes
being
sense.
impossible.
That makes sense, Smitty. If the axis were being shifted, that'd fuck up everything.
Mhm.
A geomagnetic reversal.
Mm.
It's happened
Magnets.
on other planets. The where the poles reverse themselves.
Vuto, you better make an intelligence check. I like how you were
nodded,
just like,
understand.
yes.
Yeah. Another natural one. For some reason, I fucking understand it.
Okay.
And I'm like,
No.
I'm like,
That's not what Kilcasey was talking about. He wasn't talking about this thing. He isn't talking about a reversal of the poles. He's talking about the planet. The axis of the planet is changing. You know what I mean?
So I actually
the poles
explained it
aren't
correctly.
shifting.
Okay, so now he does explain it correctly to you, Smitty. And now you're like,
Okay.
oh. Because all you have is
Oh.
this little tiny bit about the axis or something. And you immediately
the
jump
poles
to...
aren't shifting. It's just the planet is turning on its side.
Yes, that's very bad.
Like Uranus back
Back
near
in Sol
Earth.
System. Yeah, you guys are
Okay.
Terrans. You're called Terrans, yeah. Yeah, back on Terra.
So
Or Earth, whatever you call it.
Doc is saying it's going to be about a year max before this entire planet becomes a barren wasteland. So at this point, you guys have done all the scanning. I can figure. I was gonna order everyone back to the ship. Well, after one more drink, and then we make our way back to the ship. Sleep on it, and then start looking around the solar system for something that could do this. Because it can't be on this planet, right?
We don't
Not
know
with all
of
the
any.
scanning we did.
You don't. Go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, we don't know of any increased industry on this planet, do we?
No, there's been no indication of that. It's
Okay.
purely, the planet is purely agricultural. It's the breadbasket of this part of the Confederation, actually. So much. Go ahead.
Even the planet Earth has shifts in its axis, just not to this extreme.
No.
And it's influenced by numerous things of a natural shift, the changing of the climates. Many things can happen.
Well, what I figure is with the ship's bigger sensors, we get back to the ship, and then Smitty, you get on doing a rescan of what our navigator originally scanned with your ability, and see if you can catch anything that the navigator missed.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, after that, we start looking around the solar system to see if there's something going on. Because we got that irradiated planet. You know, we know that the enemy, whatever they're called, I forgot.
Yeah, Zangids.
Zangid.
Yeah. I didn't make this up. This is
Zangids.
Zangids.
So we know that the Zangids managed to irradiate an entire planet. So they're very tricky. So what I'm thinking is, if we didn't notice a ship hiding nearby, then maybe they're doing their operations from that planet. It seems like it's something that they would do. So that's my best guess. All right, so
okay.
One more round of
one more
drinks.
round. Yeah, one more round. You get back on the shuttle. Are you going to leave your crewman with Dr. Kilcasey? Because you lent him a crewman, remember? Your security guy. Do you want to leave him with Kilcasey? Do you want to call him up? He's got a communicator. Because he has...
I think we're going to pick him up. I'm going to call him up and be like, be ready for exfil.
Yeah. He can give you his location. You guys can drop the shuttle right there and take him away. Kilcasey's still running tests and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And
I don't think Kilcasey's in any particular danger.
No, it doesn't seem to be at this juncture. There have been no lasers yet. And you get back to the ship. It takes an hour to get back to the ship. Sean, you can use the scanners if you want. It's going to be easier to scan you're doing it on this planet first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Make me an intelligence check. Beep boop.
God damn it. Failed by 1.
Okay, so it's going to take you a while. Make me...
Push it.
No, you can't push. Go ahead and make me another roll. We're gonna say
Why
each
am I
roll takes like a
rolling
half an hour.
well?
I don't know, man. I
There we
prove.
go. I made it.
Yay! Roll me a d6. That's how many questions you can ask of the ship's computer as you scan, trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
3.
Yeah. So, yes or no questions, basically. The ship's computer is not like Star Trek. It's not really very smart.
Okay.
But it does have a lot of information. The scannings are all coming in, and you can actually see, like, is there this kind of radiation on the planetary surface? Or you can't say what is causing the shift in the axis,
Yeah.
but you can say, is the shift being caused by this? How, that kind of thing. Yeah.
An
exact phrasing is important.
Yeah, is a shift in the planet's axis being caused by outside gravitational forces?
Interesting. Yes, the computer thinks so.
Oh.
It is unable to pick up any outside What did you say? Outside what?
Outside gravitational forces.
The ship's computer is picking up, or the sensors are actually picking up too, certain gravitic anomalies that are on such a scale that your scans initially would not have found them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, there's some weird gravity crap happening around this planet, which is probably causing the axis to start to turn.
Is this shift in the axis reversible?
Insufficient data.
Okay. I can't think of a third one.
Okay. You don't have to use them all.
Yeah. I'll relay to the to our commander. It would seem in the computer system is showing outside gravitational forces that were previously unidentified by our scans.
Interesting. I turn around as I'm doing using my free weights.
You had to find the command on the bridge. Sure, why not?
Now, what does that mean?
God damn it.
Explain it. Explain it to me again.
Explain it as if I were a child. Indulge
there
me.
is something outside this planet's immediate area that is pulling on the axis and shifting it.
Is that coming from the radiated planet?
That you can't figure out.
Okay.
You've never seen gravitational anomalies like this. It's weird.
I just figured
track
since he had another question for the computer or whatever, he could essentially ask the computer that. But
even if you ask the computer, you'll get insufficient data.
the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, this is really weird.
Smitty, can we track this? Is it like, for example, like a beam, like a laser beam?
It is not.
That's doing this, or is it more like a cone, or like a net? If you were to describe it in the way of like what kind of thing is it? Is it like
Smitty, you would describe it as a million tiny wormholes.
Commander, it's more like millions of small wormholes have started to pull on this axis.
so like a shotgun? I see.
Or the holes left by the shot of a shotgun?
Right. But it's still shooting though.
Well, it's...
Or did it already happen and we're waiting for the second shot? that's going to throw the axis off even more.
More like to put it in the simplest of terms, Commander.
Which you're used to doing.
Please do.
A vacuum
Please do.
pulling through a vacuum pulling through millions of little holes. So it's
So like a grater, like a cheese grater or something like that, pulling.
yes, a force behind a cheese grater pulling things through.
So, navigator, can you figure out the origin of the source of that cheese grater?
Can you navigate us to a cheese grater?
No, he can't. You guys can't even really pick up. All you're picking up is this weird gravitational fluxes. It doesn't seem to be coming from anywhere. It's just around. You know what I mean? Like it's almost undetectable. That's the problem. It's almost undetectable. You're just unsure.
Well, back in the Corps, they call me the decider. So what I figure is
The decider.
we go for, unless you got any more scans you can think to run, either of you.
The navigator.
I
can.
figure,
No, it's
Tolstoy.
or any of you.
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
All right, we go. Let's go to Radiation Planet and scan
Beta
that.
Sigma 4.
Yep.
Okay. Navigator sets in a course. It's going to cost 5 EUs to leave orbit, and 5 EUs to cross, and 5 EUs to enter orbit of the other planet, I believe.
How are we doing on the power then? Well, you just tell me. You figure all that shit out.
Yeah. I think you've used 20,
Okay.
Aaron, if you include life support today. Because you prepped the
Okay.
shuttle, you haven't used any transporters, so you still got 30 left for the day.
Okay.
Yeah, this planet is a fucking mess. There is a lot of radiation. Sean, you can go ahead and use your sensors on for me. Give me an intelligence check. Beep, beep. Okay. You're picking up. There's a lot. This is ridiculous. A lot more than you expected. You've heard of what the hell did they call it? They called it. You've heard of nuclear irrigation facilities. Okay, it's basically just using nuclear power to move water.
okay.
You've never heard of it irradiating an entire planet. This was obviously an attempt at a colony. There's a base area. You pick that up. You know, like the initial base. But the radiation is spread throughout the fucking planet. And what you're actually picking up, and what strikes you is weird that each of the irradiated spots is equidistant from the other. If this was the planet, if you got a D20 as the planet, each of the points would be an irradiated spot.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
They're approximately 1,900 miles from each other. I believe this says the planet is about the size of Venus. Size of Venus, yeah. So they're about 1,900 miles from each other. And they're all across both hemispheres and on the South Pole. You're not picking up as much radiation. You're not picking up one of those key spots at the North Pole. But everywhere else, it's these weird, highly irradiated areas. And when you do another scan, or when you fly over them, there are massive craters there. This doesn't look like a malfunction. You would have expected like a meltdown of a nuclear agricultural or nuclear irrigation. These look like bombs went off. Big ones. Like craters that are like 30 miles across.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and they're the most. These spots are the spots that have the most radiation. But then there's been enough that the entire planet is irradiated. And again, then there's like, if you look at your 20-sided die, it's like that. That's how it's set up. There's one on the bottom at the South Pole. The pole is melted.
But there's not one on the north.
There's not one on the north. That is something that does kind of stand out. No ships in the area. You don't pick up any ships on the planet's surface. Yeah. No life as far as like you're picking up life forms that that have survived and are adapting. Like those wolves at Chernobyl or whatever.
Yeah.
But you're not picking up anything major. Like there's not a lot. There's not like 1,000 people at the base that used to be here, and that base hasn't been destroyed. So whatever happened to this planet, it left the Zangid base alone, the original base where they had started the colony. So there you go. A lot of information.
What
Oh boy.
about the planet's axis? Does the Beta Sigma 4 have a similar irregular tilt as what?
No,
I
Beta Sigma
forget what
4
the-
looks normal as
Okay.
far as that goes. With like the tilt of the atmosphere, it was probably before all the radiation. It was probably sub-temperate, so it would probably have been hard to grow crops here. A little cool, except maybe along the equators. But otherwise, you're guessing before this. Whatever happened down here is devastating, obviously. So now it's just a mess. You would not want to stay on the surface for very long.
Well, you don't see any sites that would be worth exploring then, huh? No.
The only one that seems the safest would, and the most interesting would be the northern pole. I am not picking up a large crater at that location.
No.
It is interesting that it is relatively clear of such issues.
There is
That-
radiation there, but yeah, there's not
Yeah.
like one of those pinpoints that's equidistant around the planet.
I
I
don't
like
know.
it.
We're not picking up any like society or buildings or anything on the North Pole.
Oh, give me another scan. Give me another intelligence check
Ooh,
as you bring
do
the
it.
ship in closer.
Ooh.
Oh, is that a success? Yay. You're not picking up. What you're picking up is kind of strange. There is an area that you cannot pick up anything from. And a little fiddling with your equipment reveals that there is some kind of structure, mostly underground, that appears to be made of neutronium, which is super, super thick and resistant to any and all scans. The Confederacy, and as far as you know, nobody can like do much with neutronium. It's too dense. It's too strong. You can't make a ship out of it. You know what I mean? Like or a building. You wouldn't make a building out of it normally. But there appears to be a sensor dead area that is protected by neutronium, keeping you from being able to scan it. And it is on the surface, but also mostly underground. You think it's large? It's a kilometer across.
Commander scans are showing an area in the North Pole that is protected by neutronium. As you well know, it is hard to scan through neutronium.
Coin.
Yeah, it's impossible to scan through neutronium. Yes.
I like it.
There could be a structure there, mostly underground, if there is one.
I bet that's our baby right there.
That's Navigator's eyes.
I'm willing to bet.
Neutronium.
All right. All right, let's suit up and get ready to go. What I'm thinking is, well, obviously the three of us. We'll keep the navigator as commander,
Okay.
and then
Still.
I could bring. What do you think? You want to bring some a couple other guys with us?
That
Yeah, at least maybe a couple other security detail. Sounds.
Remember, there's 10 guys on this ship. 10 men.
I know.
have radiation suits.
Yes.
Yeah, how many
there are radiation suits on the ship. If you look at the list here, radiation suits cost a half a unit.
Yep. So we have to leave something behind.
Yes. It's also used. Let's see. Let me look this up here. Radiation suits. Yes, it provides protection from heat, cold, radiation, and poisonous gases. The oxygen tank can be detached and used separately. The suit is not armor, provides no protection against weaponry. It is self-sealing. If penetrating, the wearer suffers any damage incurred by weapons, but is still considered protected from radiations and temperatures. It's very tiresome to use without a jetpack. You have to roll every game hour for exhaustion if you do not have a jetpack also with the radiation suit.
Well, that
I'm
that
gonna be
helps
like,
me.
do a
That helps.
jetpack.
Yeah, that helps me with deciding what I
Yeah,
can do. So yeah, I will not be taking my planetary radar then, and I'll
Okay.
be taking a suit and a jetpack along
Constitution.
with my
There's no
hand
Constitution.
laser.
There's no Constitution, is there? They say a
No.
Constitution, so I'm going to say it'd probably be a strength check.
Your strength.
You got to make a
Yeah.
strength check every hour. You know, you know Tolstoy is not very strong. He is very weak. Blah 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 blah
Bam.
blah blah blah. You got to rest for an hour if you fail that check. So after an hour of wearing it, if you fail that check without the jetpack, you got to rest for an hour too. But just the tank, yeah. And then the jetpack,
So-
blah 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 blah. You can actually fly with it. Hinders fine movements. Subtracts 2 from marksmanship and technical skill.
Ooh.
They say there's a penalty for the radiation suit with those two, but it doesn't have it listed. So, 4 subtracted if you have a jetpack and a radiation suit.
From both.
Yeah. So it is here.
So does the radiation suit subtract 2 from marksmanship? And
Yes. Radiation suit is 2, and technical skills. Jetpack is 2, and technical skills both is 4.
Well, the way I see it is maybe we should leave the jetpacks behind because we have the shuttle. We may not need the jetpacks if it's an internal facility. I mean, yeah, they may be useful. Actually, I actually have to use the restroom too. It might be
Okay,
time
yeah.
for a brief bio break anyway.
As they prepare the commercial.
Yeah. All right.
I'm going to do the same, actually, real quick. There is no smoke bomb. We just took a short break. I don't really have a good be right back screen. I should have made one. Excuse me. But Brett suggested a bio break. It's a good idea. They have found a strange large mass of neutronium at the North Pole that was not destroyed by whatever caused the explosions, nuclear explosions, that have ruined the atmosphere of Beta Sigma 4. They suspect the gravitational anomalies that are pulling Beta Sigma 3 off its axis, ruining its atmosphere, destroying its agriculture, to possibly be coming from Beta Sigma 4. Bum 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 bum. So we'll be resuming momentarily. There's our Chief Engineer, Ernest Lake, Ensign Ernest Lake, Chief Engineer of the SFS Waterloo. No, that's okay.
I missed your first part of that. But
I'm just narrating.
Yeah.
I gotta mute. Hold on. Sorry.
You're good.
No, Thorg has said, sounds like it would be fine if you want to start an ice farm, I suppose. Of course, if it gets knocked far enough off its axis, who knows what'll happen. The whole planet could get knocked out of its orbit, potentially. Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong. Can it be the Zangids? How? How could it be them? They don't have this kind of power. Nobody does.
This type of technology does not exist. Or does it? Dun dun dun.
Bum bum bum. So what is the plan? Is he's gonna take the shuttle down? Is that what he's planning?
Yeah, it sounds
beam
like
down.
it.
Okay.
It sounds like we're gonna take the shuttle down and check out the.
Yeah, you guys are down to 30 points of power left.
Yeah.
Today, I think. Yeah, because all you've done is sat in orbit, drop the shuttle to the other planet, bring it back. The ship hasn't done anything that really requires.
So orbit, being in orbit 5, getting out of orbit 5, putting it back into orbit another 5, and life support.
But that 5 for movement counts for the whole day. So you can fly around as much as you want, but it takes extra power to leave and enter orbits. You know what I mean? So
Gotcha.
that 5 you don't have to add anymore for just moving through the solar system.
Gotcha.
We have to keep a track on that. But you still have 30 points left.
I have a feeling we're going to dip into the emergency power to get away and teleport out.
Oh, God. That's going to be expensive. Well, it depends. If you take extra guys, you're going to take 2 extra guys, right?
Right.
So it'll be 5 of you total.
You guys take the shuttle back. We're teleporting ahead. We got to get the captain back to the ship first.
Yeah, so this was the entirety of the scenario. And I added this to it. I wrote up some ideas about what was happening. I guess I should have made it more obvious it was coming from Beta Sigma 4.
Well,
Rogue planet? Sounds like they need to raise the colors. It's not a rogue planet. It's Beta Sigma 4. It's the 4th planet. An object in motion stays in motion in space. It does. That's why you have to slow yourself down when you enter orbit and leave it. It takes a lot of power to do that. At least according to the rules of this game. This is pretty.
No, you need
basic.
You need anti-thrusters or whatever, or reverse thrusters to slow your movement.
It seems an excessive number just to enter orbit personally, but we're going to play rules as written just so we can get a hang of the game. So, what's the plan? Are you taking the shuttle down again with 2 extra guys? Was that the plan?
Yeah, I think that seems about right.
Okay, so it takes an hour to prep. It'll take an hour to fly down to the planet's surface. Are you going to do like a polar orbit? Going to stick up close to the top?
I think so.
The ship will be nearby as Overwatch. And as you come down, what you see is a large structure made of a black material. That is obviously not a kilometer across. It's probably about 50 or 60 meters across. It's protruding up out of the ice and snow of the North Pole. And flying around it does provide you with some visual of what appears to be a door. A large door, but not an overly large door on one side. You don't see any signs of other ships or any people or anything. And you can't pick up anything on scans from that because neutronium totally blocks all of your scanning stuff.
They were smart about this. All right. Do you think you can get in through that door, Smitty?
I could try.
Smitty, you're probably gonna need a better look at the door first to see if you can get in.
Mhm.
Um, so okay, so one of the pilot, whoever's piloting, one of the other guys, right? Is that fine?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Takes
fine.
you down. How close do you want him to put the shuttle to the door, or do you want him to put it somewhere else, like away from the door? All 5 of you have radiation suits. Is anybody
Yes.
taking a jetpack?
Um.
I'm not.
Okay.
Nah. I don't.
Okay. Yeah. These guys won't either. So yeah, how close do you want him to land? You're in command. Who do you want? Where do you want him to put down?
Can I roll a strategy check or something? Is there like a
A strategy check.
Yeah, basically it's like I don't know, like what would my character know from a tactics perspective about
Not
like
not really. I mean, you could put it close to the door. It means a quick escape. You could put it a little ways around. It's just like a, a dome or a hemisphere, so that if they don't know the ship is there, if there is people inside or something, you might be able to get out without them knowing what's going on. But it would probably take you longer to get to the shuttlecraft in that case. There's no way they can know you're here any more than you
Because
can
of
know
the-
if there's what's inside there. If there's anybody in there,
right.
Neutronian is going to stop any scans.
That's true. So in that case, let's go close.
Okay, so right in
like
front
it.
of the door,
That's good.
land like
Yeah.
10 yards away or something like that.
Yeah, like yeah. So for a quick escape.
Your Geiger counters on your shuttle are. It's pretty high. It's pretty nasty out there.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's
it's blipping.
yeah. This planet is a mess. So yeah. So is everybody going? Are you disembarking? You're gonna leave somebody with the shuttle.
We're gonna leave.
You got 5 people total because you brought 2 other guys, right?
Yeah.
So you got 5. So do you want to leave anybody with the shuttle, or do you want to take all of them in?
Let's leave.
They're all-
Let's leave our 2 guys.
You're gonna leave both of them in the shuttle? Yeah.
Just for safety,
Okay.
because we have one person who's keeping the engine hot and the other person watching out.
Okay. Yeah. He has a laser pistol.
Yeah.
And a communicator, and there's a communicator in the shuttle, and then they got the radiation suits. So you guys head over to the door. Um, uh, Sean, Smitty, go ahead and give me an intelligence check. There's an 8-digit keypad, not 10-digit, but 8 digits, in an alien tongue you've never seen before.
I
was
do
good-
have a universal translator, though.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I-
Let's see.
And I rolled a 3.
You roll a 3, okay. So you start fiddling with that, and bleep blop, bleep blop. It doesn't take you long to figure out that this is not working properly.
Okay.
And after a couple tries, all you have to really do is push all the buttons, and the door slides open. Why would anybody program that? That's ridiculous. It opens into what appears to be a large airlock with another door on the other side that does not have a keypad. It just has like a button to push to open it up.
Well, let's do it.
Okay.
Boop.
Yeah, okay. You push the button, the outer door closes. There is something happens. There's some kind of some lights,
Like
weird
it-
lights.
it- Feel like air is being blown in
It
or something.
doesn't feel like the air is changing, but it does. Something happens, and then the inner door opens. Yeah, Smitty, have you got your analyzer going the whole
I
time?
do.
Yeah, give me an intelligence check.
Made it.
Yeah, the radiation that was clinging to you is gone. It's some kind of decontamination room, you think?
Oh,
Ooh.
Now,
I will inform the others.
when the interior door opens, the first thing you notice is that there's a foyer. There's like a little anteroom that leads into other rooms, and the first thing you notice is 3 radiation suits are in there of alien design, but not completely alien design.
Like we've seen it before.
You've seen this type before, yes. So you can each make me an intelligence check to see if you recognize them.
I rolled a 9.
Okay.
Wait. No,
Vuto?
I got I got a -2. I still made it. Oh wait, no, that's
No,
it's
the
for
-2 is for technical, not intelligence.
technical and marksman was
Marksmanship,
the other one.
right? Yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
Those
all
those
right,
are
I made it.
definitely Zangid radiation suits. Dun-dun-dun!
Yeah, I'll say that if I was the only
Yeah.
one that made it, then for
I
sure.
made it
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, but you
Okay.
both say it. You both recognize
At the
these
same
as Zangid.
time.
Yes. Um, yeah.
Mm, mhm.
Okay.
And I'm sure you explain it to me. Like, that makes sense. Those do look newer.
And you're not picking any radiation up inside this place,
Okay.
Smitty.
If
do you wanna
we
do?
take off our helmets, does that fix the problem with aiming?
You'll have to remove the radiation suits altogether. They're bulky.
As a whole, they're bulky.
Yeah, you'd have to take them off. That'll get your marksmanship back up and your technical skill back up. It's very
All
quiet
right.
in here right now.
I'm gonna be like, and there's oxygen, right?
Yes, yes. Yeah, you're picking up oxygen. It looks like this was a viable atmosphere. The whole planet was before they're irradiating.
Mm. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pause and be like, here, hold blood spiker real quick, Lake, and I go ahead and take
Shove
off
it.
my suit,
Okay.
and I'm just like,
Ooh.
um,
Lake's enjoying looking at it.
What does this do? No.
Oh dear. Okay, so is anybody else taking off radiation
Oh,
suits?
my.
The commander is back down to his uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Smitty,
All right.
are you going to keep your
Yes.
radiation suit on? Okay, yeah.
I'm
So
taking it off.
you guys are taking them off and leaving them there in that same room.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, it's a foyer, but it's long. Everything seems to be kind of oversized. The room is alien. It is not anything you've ever seen before. You know what I mean? It just looks odd. It doesn't look Zangid. It doesn't look like anything you've seen before.
I might go ahead and briefly fuck up their suits.
They're self-sealing, remember?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But you could you could set one of your laser pistols to heat and melt certain sections of it if you wanted to go that route. But lasers are pretty loud, so you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
They make a lot of noise if you do something like that. So far, it's been very quiet in here.
What about my spring rifle that makes loud noise too? I'm guessing
It's fairly loud, yeah.
Um,
Plus, it'd be piercing, so it'd be harder for you to do real permanent damage to these self-sealing suits.
right. They're made for heavy duty, so a normal knife ain't gonna do much unless you had like welding equipment.
Welding
yeah.
equipment would be great.
Mhm.
And who carries a knife?
And
That's true.
And what would stop them from taking our suits then?
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's such a good point.
I didn't think of that either.
I did.
We damage our suits too.
Everybody
Shred
sees it.
everything. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
We could survive the trip to the shuttle regardless.
True.
It's pretty bad out there, though. But yeah,
All right, so we're gonna do this all stealth like, whatever stealth means.
Yeah,
in this
okay.
game.
there's nothing for stealth. Not really. I would assume it'd be marksmanship because that's like dexterity-based stuff. So yeah, you guys can creep on to the next room if you want. You can make a marksmanship if you want to be super quiet.
Hey, I'm okay with that.
Tell me how
I'm
you
real
do.
good at it.
Okay.
I rolled a really good success, so yeah.
Everybody do. Okay, you guys creep.
5 out of 12.
You find several rooms. You pass through them because they seem to be just empty. Although they do have this weird feel about them. Like it's nothing like you've been used to. Like sizes are off and everything, and you finally come to this door off of one of them that's ajar, and you can hear as you're creeping super quietly. You can hear movement from in there. And there's outside the door. There's like stores. And there's Zangid writing on these. There's pallets of food. There are barrels of water. it looks like an encampment has been set up here of some kind, and they're just storing their goods out here in the hallway. But somebody's in this room. You think?
I'm gonna gesture for my allies to keep moving up with me. I'm gonna take the
Yeah.
lead.
You guys could be wherever you want. You made your marksmanship, so
and
creep right up.
once I see and confirm that this is an enemy target, it's game over.
Yeah, you could just gun him down if you want. How do you want to hit? How do you want to deal with this room? The door's slightly ajar.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of weird the way the door works. It's not on hinges. It like slides into the wall, but somebody didn't slide it closed all the way. But it's weird
like a pocket
shaped
door.
too. It's like it's like a pocket door, but it's like shaped like that. You know what I mean? You don't see any point on that or why that would be, but it's a weird door. But like I said, it slid like maybe this far, didn't get closed when somebody passed through here last.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and push it open about a foot more, and then try to take a look see inside and confirm our target.
There is a Zangid in there. He appears to be sitting at a weird kind of chair that looks too low to be comfortable, at a weird low table, and he's got a piece of Zangid equipment in front of him. You can each make a technical skill to see if you can kind of guess what it might be. It does have like some kind of a parabolic dish or something on top of it, and he's opened up the side and he is fiddling with it inside.
9 out of 15 for my technical
Not
roll.
Zangid. Nice. That's a success. Fails. Lake. It looks like a transmitter, like a radio transmitter, like a fairly, not just one that can call up to orbit, but like a powerful one that can probably call all the way back to Beta Sigma 3 or Beta Sigma 5. Not interstellar. There's no faster than light.
Okay.
They didn't note anywhere in here there's faster than light, like subspace radio. But it definitely could get anywhere in the solar system.
Okay.
Unlike your communicators, you can get orbit or a few thousand miles.
Interplanetary communication.
Yes, interplanetary, yes, for sure. You're pretty convinced of that. It does look like it is damaged, and from your guess, the damage was from radiation. Like some of that hard radiation out there could do damage to circuitry and that kind of thing. And that's your guess is what's happened to it. He is apparently trying to repair it. There's a laser gun on his belt. And he's wearing the typical Zangid uniform. But remember, old school Star Trek, so it's probably like a sash. Or it's not armor or anything like that.
Right.
With all of you making the marksmanship check, he has not noticed you at all. And he's talking to himself in his own language. It sounds like he's cursing.
And we don't see anyone else around.
You don't see anybody, but there are 3 cots in here, Zangid cots. There are
three other suits.
3 suits.
That's true.
There are 3 cots in here. There's some supplies in a corner. This looks like they've set up a camp here, and he's trying to fix the interplanetary radio is the perfect way to put it. Or he's repairing, or he's just tuning it up or something. You don't know.
So a quick background question on this particular species. Like, what's their MO typically? From what?
They're very warlike. They were trying to take over the galaxy. They want to run everything. They
just want to run everything.
Yeah, they're warlike. They wiped out the Terran fleet like 100 years ago. They are
they incredibly, the ones that are incredibly religious?
No,
for example,
that's the Videni, I believe, is their name. They're the religious fanatics. Now the Zangid have apparently en masse, the entire race has converted to that religion.
Oh wow! Okay.
But you know that they're also liars, so there might be ulterior motives for actually converting. And they and the Videni now have an alliance of sorts, but it's still kind of shaky.
At least a mutual understanding.
Yeah.
Right. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot him.
Just pop, pop, pop. You just shoot him. Okay, yeah. Make me 3 marksmanship checks.
Mhm.
Each one will do 1d6 damage if you hit. You
All
know, because
right.
you get. The captain just opens fire without a word. But yeah,
I saw this coming right away. I knew this is what was going to happen
go
from
ahead.
our commander.
I hit with all of them, and I
all
did
of
10
them.
damage.
10 damage. Okay. He crashes forward and he falls onto the ground. His laser pistol kind of. Well, no, it'd be strapped in, so he's. Blah, blah, blah. And he does not move.
Mhm. All right. Another
All
successful.
right.
Another successful.
We did it. We
Point.
saved the planet.
No, at that point in time,
Captain.
that's when commander, he was working on an interplanetary communication system.
Portable
Oh,
one,
nice.
by the way. A
It-
portable one, obviously.
It's a good thing we stopped him.
There might be 2 others still here.
Oh no, I'm aware of that, and I kind of like peek down the hallway, waiting for them to come around the corner, based off of the noise or something like that. We're gonna wait in ambush for them.
You gonna wait in the room for them to come back?
Oh
Or are
no,
you gonna stay in the hallway?
I figure I can kind of do the whole tactical like peeking around the corner in the hallway, like from the door, and I'll be like, you two, go ahead and work on that communicator. Well, maybe one of you should have my back.
Okay.
All right, I'll work on the communicator.
Okay, yeah. Give me a technical skill. So are you just gonna wait? How long do you want to wait? Okay, yeah, you can get it fixed again. It was
9 out of
damaged by
15.
radiation. You do verify
Yeah,
that. You have the
9 out of
parts right
15.
here. Okay, this guy was going to fix it. You can fix it in an hour or less.
Okay, I get working on that then.
Okay. How long, Commander, do you want to wait for these other 2 to come back? Oh, Sean.
Okay, it's kind of.
Sorry. Let me tell you one more thing that you just realized. Your analyzer now works perfectly well inside the base. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
the interior walls are not neutronium, just the exterior walls. So you can use that you can use it now perfectly well. Like,
To
not just
scan.
in the room you're in, but like,
Yeah, I want to set it as like scanning for, I guess, other life forms.
yeah. Give me an intelligence check to see how long that takes.
I got a 6 out of 13.
Nice. Yeah, there's 2 other life forms in this place. This place is huge, dude. It goes deep, deep, deep into the earth. It is powered. Obviously, you have light. The airlock worked. You're picking up 2
decontamination
Zangid. There are 2 Zangid life forms, and you know exactly where they are. And they're quite a ways away, like half a kilometer away. On this down several levels, you think?
Yeah. There are 2 other Zangids below us, quite a ways, Commander.
Well, and Lake, you said that it was going to take you a while to fix that.
Yes, I'm working on it, sir.
What we may want to do is neutralize the Zangad and then come back and figure this out and fix it afterwards.
Okay,
Yeah.
You made the
very
roll.
well.
You made the roll, so whenever you decide to do it, it'll be successful.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you say there was
I know I can fix it. So,
a laser gun on the one that was just shot by the commander?
Yes.
laser pistol. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I might need that if we're gonna go down there against them.
Do you have a weapon on you?
Nope.
Oh yeah, you can take it. You can salvage stuff. The 2-unit limit isn't what you can carry; it's what you're allowed to take.
Oh.
The higher
okay.
rank you get, the more equipment that the Confederation trusts you with.
Okay. But so he doesn't have to drop anything just
No,
to pick
no,
up
no,
his
no.
pistol
You can
then.
salvage.
Okay.
It even says in here you can salvage other players' gear if they die or whatever.
Okay.
Well, does he have any other shit on him?
No.
No.
Wait, what would he have? He probably has like an agonizer on him. He does have a communicator. Um, because he'd have the same kind of stuff you. He'd have 2 units worth: a laser, communicator. Um,
And then the radiation suit.
yeah, probably the radiation suit because that was a half. Yep. Yeah. There was a thing. Oh, nerve disruptor. No, that's what he has. So on his body, he's got a communicator, the laser pistol, and then one of the radiation suits was probably his too. So that's all his gear.
Okay, perfect.
Because I think that's two.
You said that like we're talking about a kilometer away down.
Half kilometer.
Half a kilometer.
Yeah.
But still, yeah.
All
That's
right,
like,
then.
Isn't that like 1,500 feet? I was thinking a kilometer was like 3,000 feet, but I could be totally wrong.
It's
I
not
think you're right.
terribly far. I mean, it's not going to take you hours to get there. You can get there in a few minutes,
Okay.
probably in a half an hour, 15 minutes.
All right.
Is there like a turbo lift in this place?
You don't know. You haven't gone anywhere yet.
Yeah.
Nobody said they're actually heading that direction or going after these guys. So you've talked about doing it, but what are you doing?
Let's go.
What are you buying?
Let's go after them. We're gonna go after them
Okay.
and do them a murder.
Okay.
It's
So
not
the
a
place
murder.
does not have a turbo lift. What it has is these weird. They go down, but they're not escalators. You know what I mean? It's like those ramps, those things the people movers they have in freaking airports. It's like that, but it's at an angle.
As a conveyor belt.
It's like a conveyor belt. But when you get on it, your perspective shifts because
Like it has its own gravity.
it's got its own gravity.
Gravity?
And they're just
Okay.
constantly moving, and they're super quiet. You know what I mean? It's not like a regular conveyor belt. It's not like rattling. It's just like very quiet. But then as soon as you get
Wow.
on it, you're like, oh, this is my new perspective for now. And you can find your way down fairly easily. Are you trying to sneak up on these guys again?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'll need marksmanship rolls again. And you'll notice if you're too loud,
Oh, damn.
and you can kind of hold back if you fail this roll. Holy crap.
This would be like an extreme success in
Did Vuto make it?
I actually managed to fail by a small margin. But a fail
Vuto
is a fail.
is being loud. The other two, all three of you realize that. You can let your men go ahead of you because they're for some reason really quiet, and you're just having difficulty in staying quiet. If you wish.
If they're okay with it.
Okay.
Then,
What do
yeah,
you
I'll
think,
be
guys?
I'll just be like, do you feel confident in being able to take out these enemies? I'll take I'll have our back in case there's other things.
Whatever you command, sir.
Yeah, I'm fairly
Loyalty.
loyal too, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you guys sneak forward while Commander Vuto kind of hangs back and is kind of watching you as Overwatch.
I mean,
or whatever.
it kind of makes sense. The commander should be in the back.
He should. As you guys get closer, you can hear two people talking. Sean, you've got the universal translator,
I do.
so you can use that to translate the Zangid language that's coming. I'm not going to make you do a roll for it.
Okay.
It's a conversation between someone called Commander Zilch and Zing. And it sounds like Zing is some kind of a scientist. You didn't know Zangid's had scientists. But they're talking about the machine that they're using currently. And Zing is suggesting to not rush the process of moving Beta Sigma 3, but to just take it very slowly so that the Confederation dogs won't realize. They're too stupid to figure out this. We couldn't even detect it on our sensors. So they're talking, and they're apparently manipulating some kind of machine that's in this room as you guys are approaching in the hallway. The door's wide open. You know, it's just another door that just slides into the wall. These are all pocket doors in this place. But you know exactly where they were from the scans. And Lake, you would be able to hear if since two of you are close together, you can also hear in the universal translator what's going on.
Okay.
So this marksmanship success will get you there if you want to sneak up on him, or get you back to the captain quietly if you want to go back and tell him. So you can go either way.
I'd say I rolled a 3 out of 12, so yeah.
If you guys want to sneak
I'm-
up and peek in the
I'm
room, you
sneaking up.
can.
Yep, I'll go with them.
Okay, yeah. You peek in the room. Yes, there's two Zangids in there. Sashes, laser pistols on their belts. One of them is manipulating some kind of machine. Very alien technology. Lots of blinking lights on it, and weird like bladders that seem to be like filling and closing. There's like Tesla coils that are spouting electricity but not making any sound at all. It's like completely silent as far as like that goes, but the two of them are talking about best use of this machine is what they were just talking about. They have not noticed you yet with your successful marksmanships.
I want to take a shot at the guy not working on the machine.
Okay, yeah. You're not sure which is which. From context, it's probably Commander Zilch is not working on the machine, and Zing was.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
what I'm guessing.
you could take a
but
shot
yeah.
at him. They haven't noticed you yet. You made your marksmanship. So
Oh,
Smith, did you miss?
15 out of 12, yeah.
You missed.
I
Okay.
missed.
You hear the telltale sound of a laser pistol, Commander. So what about you, Smith? This is like a surprise round. Make another roll there, Lake.
Could I also have said something then too? As I'm shooting.
Yeah, you could say something.
Hands up, Zangid scum!
Yes. Okay, and then you fire. So you warn them, and then you just shoot them. Okay, fair, or shoot
Actually,
at them.
I'm probably saying this all simultaneously. I'm probably
Right.
doing all
You
this
say it as you shoot them.
simultaneously.
What about you,
Yeah.
Smith? Go ahead and make that second roll for me. Tell me if you roll really badly.
I'm gonna aim
18.
for.
Okay.
I'm gonna also try to aim for the one that's not working on the machinery.
Yeah. Okay. Make a roll.
And I missed it by 1.
Why don't you make me another roll, Sean? Tell me if you roll really badly.
I rolled a 9.
Nine's not too bad. You hit the
Better than
wall.
my normal.
I'm
Lake,
on my way.
you fired as you're yelling, whatever.
Yeah.
Throw up your arms, Zangid's gun. You fire. Your beam actually hits the machine that he was working on, because they were both pretty close to it. There is an explosion almost immediately.
You got him.
And I'm going to give you a... wait, let me see. There's those guys' hit points. Yeah. You're on 18. Give me a 3d6 roll as the machine explodes in their faces.
I rolled a 4 on a d6.
3d6.
Oh, 3d6.
Yes.
So, all right,
Commander,
I got that 4.
you're rushing forward to help, and you hear a secondary explosion right after
Oh,
the
shit.
phaser shot. Uh-oh.
15 altogether.
15. Okay. My guys don't even get to gloat. Yeah, the explosion takes out most of the room. You two can each make me another marksmanship, or you're going to be hurt by shrapnel.
Oh my gosh. 14.
Is that a success or a fail?
No, that's a fail.
Okay, so you're going to take 6 points. That comes off your strength or your hit points. Hit points is the same as strength. Are you still alive?
Yes, I'm still alive.
Okay. I don't know how many hit points anybody has in this group.
I put 11 in my strength.
Nice.
and
Okay.
Hit,
So you're hit by all this. You're like, you say this. Smith is to your left, a little further away, and so you take all this shrapnel. That
You said 6?
6, yes.
Okay.
That bursts out of this room and stumble back. You're covered in blood, and here comes Commander Vuto comes running down the corridor in y'all's direction as you stumble back. It looks like they're using some kind of shrapnel gun or something, Commander Vuto. You don't know.
Oh,
I got him, sir.
Damn, Lake, you're a fine soldier. As
Get a
I
medal
pat you
for
on the
this.
back, It's like that's and I look down at the like piece of shrapnel like I don't know where it's at on your body.
There's probably several
Well,
chunks
I
in
just
him.
figure you pat me on the back and I'm just feeling pain. So no matter what you do, I'm
He's
just be like,
cringing.
These are gonna leave some glorious scars. You're gonna talk to your grandchildren about these scars one day. About how you, well, you too. Did you cause this explosion too, Smitty?
No, sir, I did not hit the machine.
Don't worry, you'll get your scars one day. You're doing, but oh,
One of the Zangids apparently is still alive. He's tore
Wow.
up. He's
still-
he's not going to be reaching for his gun. He's all wrecked. He's going to die soon. You think? He's like,
mm,
Confederation bastards, fools, and he starts trying to crawl across the room. He's not making very good progress.
anybody can anybody patch him up enough to get some information out of him?
You guys are gunning everybody down. What are you?
I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer, sir, not a medic.
It's okay. I'll try my best.
Let's see. What are
Snaps
medicines?
neck.
It's probably
I
going to
was
be an
trying-
intelligence check, is my thought, actually.
I was trying to do a reverse McCoy there. I didn't know if you
Oh,
caught
I didn't get that. That's great.
That was good.
The secondary requisites for medical are what? The hell are they? Probably in the back of the character sheet. Yeah. Secondary for medical are technical. Yeah, it's technical skill. I'll give you a
Oh,
technical
well.
skill. No, the captain's doing it. You don't know any. You
Alright.
already did your
Yeah.
quip. I would.
I know,
That's
I know,
worth more
I know.
anyway.
How many times did McCoy say that
Yes.
he was and then
I'm
he
a
still
doctor,
went and
not a
did that.
bricklayer.
And he still went and did what the captain told him.
How'd you do there, Vuto?
Well,
Any luck?
so you kind of get the sense, my subordinates, that your commander was being somewhat sarcastic as he basically flips this guy over and is just like, and he has a universal communicator. Is just going to be like,
He's got a translator too.
I do.
Oh,
And
okay.
I'm just going to be like, listen, before you go to wherever your people go when they die, I'm going to need you to tell me about how to fix the planet so my guys can do that, and I will make it real quick for you and completely painless.
You fools!
Or
You've
or we can
destroyed
stretch
the
this whole thing
machine.
out.
You've destroyed it. You've destroyed the weather control machine. He's still trying to crawl. You see, there's a big red button on the opposite side of the room that he was trying to crawl to.
I just drag him a little bit back. I'm like, okay.
He's not going to get there unless you let him. Okay, this guy's
Oh.
barely alive. He's going to be dead in like a minute. He's so much blood. When the machine blew up, it just freaking. It was bad.
Eviscerated
It's
him.
bad, yeah. He freaking Lake got a little piece of it, and he's all bloody. These two guys are standing right in front of him.
I'm below half my hit point, so yeah.
Your planet could die. Your planet could die. He tries to reach for the button. It's still across the room.
I do want to look over this machine if there's anything I can do to like fix it or whatever. I know.
Give me a roll,
I know,
and
I
if it's a 1, you did it.
8 out
No.
of 15.
You did a number on this thing with your your
Yeah.
laser pistol. You had a direct hit.
At least can I identify what it was doing?
You think? Yeah. With an 8, yeah. It looks like
Like,
it was some kind of gravity. When you were watching them fiddle with it and that kind of stuff before you open fire, it looked like there was a screen, and it did look like Beta Sigma 3 was on it.
Okay.
And they were messing with the controls. But
I'm
your
just
guess
wondering if there
is,
was-
from everything you've
Yeah.
heard, that it somehow affects the gravity, and so it can manipulate move planets around. These guys were doing like this, okay? There are there's like 12 dials. There were
Large
like several
dials.
large dials. Like, your guess is if they knew what they were doing, they could actually move planets to different orbits and into different
Wow.
places. You know what I mean? This is alien technology. This is not Zangid technology at all.
Yeah, they had figured it out, kinda. Basically.
Yeah, they figured it
Well-
out enough to fuck around with Beta Sigma 3. And they were apparently trying to be somewhat subtle with their manipulation of the planet, because if they'd have been really like just thrown it into the sun or something.
Yeah.
Besides, maybe they wanted to come back later once the Confederation had evacuated the planet, and then they could put it to rights.
Right, and then utilize it because it's a it's
a garden
it can be
world.
produced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm just like Smitty, you're super smart. Is the planet gonna go ahead and move itself back on its axis or whatever?
Um,
It's gonna do that on its own, right?
did not make my intelligence check.
You don't know.
Honestly, Commander, I am not 100% sure. Having never encountered anything like this machinery, it is hard to tell.
And this machinery, as I look over at the smoldering heap,
Yeah, it's a mess. Like blowing
probably
up the
can't be
Landru
fixed.
game.
It's beyond my skill, sir.
hmm,
You don't even recognize most of the components that make this thing up.
Maybe
Some of it
could
still
be
works.
repaired,
Some of it is still like going, and you're like, "Why? How is this thing still even functional?" Like one of the bladders is still like opening, like filling and emptying, and there's some lights on one side. You don't know how it's still working. There is
I'm
one
gonna-
dial still there, but the screen that was focused on Beta Sigma 3 is gone. It's what you blew up.
All right, here's what I'm thinking. I'm guessing that red button is the self-destruct button for the whole place. I say we hit that button, we get out of here, because this technology probably shouldn't be with anybody, right? And then we go back to the planet and we just tell them that, like, hey, here's the issue. Maybe the planet will go ahead and reverse itself back to normal.
Well, the only reason the what was the planet? Was that Beta Sigma 3 was the one, agriculture? Okay, yeah. The only reason Beta Sigma 3 was going off its axis was because the Zangid was manipulating it through this machine. But this technology deserves to be analyzed.
I would agree with Mr. Lake, sir. And also, pressing the large red button, if you think it's self-destruct, we don't know how quickly the self-destruct might occur.
Instantly.
We still
All
have
right.
a rather large way to get back to the surface.
That is true. All right, you know what? We'll get out of here. We'll call in some eggheads to go ahead and look at this thing and see if they can do anything about it. I say that we did our job perfectly here. Couldn't have went any better, really. So
Yeah.
For Rigel, yeah. Yeah.
I would like to see still how this planet was able to manipulate the axis of Beta Sigma 3 from this far away.
but yeah, if you want to, like, what do
Okay.
you want to?
Wait, how? How are you gonna?
I think those lightning rods might have something to do with it. That the that the Zangid tried placing on the planet earlier. I don't know. I'm just grasping at straws at this point.
Okay.
Whether it's
Oh, I think that was to start fires.
That was to
but,
start fires.
it was to start. It was
Yeah.
to start fires, but maybe there was some alternative motive. I wanted to see if there was any correlation to where they planted those essentially lightning rods to the radiation outposts on Beta Sigma 4. I
Oh,
wanna
so
see
you're
if
trying to
there's any
compare
similar-
the two planets?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you probably you can do that when you get back to the ship, because
That's
you can
fine.
get it with a simple computer use and all that stuff. But yeah, you can do that. No, it's an interesting idea actually.
And we can also go ahead and take that little communication device you were working on.
The interplanetary one, the powerful one. You've got that on your ship.
Oh, yeah,
you know
yeah.
that, right? You can.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. But this was like a portable.
Oh, okay.
It's like a
okay.
portable, like what on your ship you could, if there's a radio on almost
What-
any planet in the system, you'd be able to be like, hey, what's up, and they can go, oh yeah, hey, how you doing?
Would,
But
would
this
there
one's
be
portable.
Would there be like communication codes on that device?
There might be.
So
You're
there may be
not
some
sure yet.
information off of it once
Yeah.
we get it up and running.
Yes. Which half an hour to
I'll
45
do
minutes you
eventually,
can you could do that aboard the ship in your shop, or in engineering or whatever. So yeah, okay, so you guys are going back out.
Yep.
Radiation
It
suits
sounds
again.
like it.
Yep.
Yes.
Hooray! Okay.
And we'll take the other 3 with us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Are you leaving the bodies?
That's
Yeah, we're
what
gonna.
Sean was saying.
Yeah. Okay.
That we're going to take those 3.
The
Dead
3
bodies with
I thought he said the 3 radiation
No,
suits.
the radiation suits.
The Zangid radiation
Oh.
suits.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Salvage, backup.
All right,
So,
you guys- You get back. The shuttle takes off. It takes an hour to get back to the ship. When you get back to the ship, the Tolstoy says, "Sir, we have picked up a Zangid ship that must have been hidden behind the 5th planet. It is coming this way.
How big is it? Destroyer
It
class?
is a destroyer, sir."
Perfect. There's been the correct amount of bloodshed today. This is basically the cherry on top.
What are your orders, Commander?
Hail them so that I can mock them on screen.
Okay. He gestures to the communications
shields,
officer.
Captain? Should shields go up?
You,
Oh, yes,
you
yes.
guys still have 30 points. You have 30 points. Keep in mind the Zangid ship also requires the same kind of energy use that you guys do. Yeah.
But they were already in orbit where we traveled into orbit today.
Well, they were around the 5th planet, according to Tolstoy.
Oh.
So they had to leave orbit, travel, and they're going to have to enter orbit to get close to you guys.
right,
At
but
most,
we
they're gonna use
we did the very
5 points
same
less.
thing today.
Yeah, if you guys leave orbit, you'll be about 5 points less than them, because they're exactly what you guys are. The communications officer opens up, and a Zangid shows up and says, "Get away from our planet."
Oh, is this your planet?
That's right. Get away. They're still
Yeah.
pretty far off, so there's a little bit of a delay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And I pull up their little personal communicator.
You got one of those, okay? Yeah.
And they're
the big one, the
per-
parabolic and all that. Yeah.
Is it?
Where
like
did you get
big?
that? Terran scum, Rigel garbage.
Well, it appears that your little machine is not going to be operating anytime soon.
What have you done to Commander Zilch?
Oh, he's in pieces down there.
You'll be in pieces soon.
Mhm.
And then the screen goes blank, and they're coming. Here they
Battle
come.
stations,
They're
everyone.
coming. Yeah, so we could do a little quick ship-to-ship combat. So they're at 500,000 kilometers is where ships start when combat starts. You can close 50,000 kilometers, or you can wait basically. And according to the rules, you're not allowed to retreat. You can't just leave because it's dishonorable and you'll get demoted and all this other shit.
Wow.
So yeah, they pushed for fighting. What you did, just killing those guys, is fine as far as this game is concerned. I would have liked if you'd have talked to them a little, so
I kinda
there could be
wanted-
some back
I
and
really-
forth, but
I really
that's okay.
kind of wanted to.
That's okay. That's okay.
why I was going for the commander and not the science guy.
It's 50,000. You can move 50,000. It'll cost you 5 to come out of orbit. And then we've got these. Yeah, and I think how many? You have 30 points left, don't you, Aaron?
I thought so. I was looking up for shields.
Five,
like,
five, five. The shields are at the bottom, number 12 on this yellow sheet. Right in the middle there. It's 15 points for half shields, and it is 30 for full screens, which is going to leave you pretty vulnerable. Destroyers can't do a lot, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
the screen.
They'll come to us because the threat of destroying the installation.
They are coming for you guys. I'll tell you that. All combat's simultaneous on both sides, and they're moving forward 50,000 kilometers. So you guys are at 450,000 kilometers at this juncture. They're not firing yet because that's really extreme range.
The screens are the shields then.
Yes, shields and screens are the same things.
Oh.
15 EUs will protect you. Let's see. Hold on. Where's combat?
And there's no such thing as putting like full shields like on half the ship.
No. Basically, there's no real tactics in ship-to-ship combat. It's just approach, get close enough, and then shoot each other until one of you blows up.
Gotcha.
Where is the shields? Let me look up shields here real quick.
You know what? At this point for combat, I'm going to go full shield. I'm going to spend the rest of our 30 points in shield.
Damn. Okay, you can do that, and that'll keep them up for the whole thing.
But then if we're going to fire our pistols, or fire our phasers or whatever, we're going to dip into our...
Right. It'll cost you 5 points to leave orbit, too. If you want to fight from orbit and not move, that's something you can do.
I think that we should just fight from orbit. I feel like it would.
Yeah, you can do that. It's not going to make any real difference. It basically keeps you from approaching. They're going to do all the approaching of you. Unless you leave orbit, then you're just kind of waiting for them. But there's no evasive maneuvers or anything like that either.
I'm basically putting the ship in a defensive position and letting them come to us in a way. Or
ship's energy. Where the hell are screens? That's one thing I forgot. Defensive screens. Okay. When the screens are up, you can't use the teleporter. No, doesn't say a damn thing. Because they had some stuff for screens on the when you hit that dust cloud.
Oh yeah.
Ship-to-ship combat. First most important. They're gonna close. There's no battle board. Facing doesn't matter. There's no outflanking or surrounding. Laser fire, ion torpedoes, fire. Screens. Here we go. So full screens. The amount of damage is determined individually. Is it at the bottom? There we go. 10 to 60% of each hit. 15 to 90% of each hit is absorbed at full. Thank you. So so you're multiplying your die roll, 1d6 die roll times 15. So you're just going to wait for them to close with you? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I put the ship's position at. If the commander wants to do anything else, he'll dip into our reserves. But like I said, I'm putting the ship in a defensive position.
They have used. This is their hit points. And they've already used 20 just to. They've used 15 to get here. Leaving orbit, getting here, and then what do you call it? Oh, they were. They're going to do half screens. 35. 20. Okay. They'll do half screens. They're going to close to a range of. Do you want to fire at them before they hit 175,000 kilometers distance? That is a 10 or less to hit.
50-50? I like it.
It's straight up 50-50.
Let's do it.
Okay. They're not firing yet. I know when they're going to fire. They're going to fire there. So 175,000. You can fire the ion torpedoes.
But that's an extremely low chance.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
at
4 or less. Yeah, 175.
Yeah.
So there's a low chance there. So you guys fire when they reach 175. So
lasers.
The lasers get 2 shots. So you get to roll twice on a 20-sided die. And You can hit them twice. So who wants to make those rolls?
I just did.
Okay. Did either of them hit?
All right. One hit. The
One
first
hit.
one.
Okay. And so lasers do each hit do
5 to 30?
Yeah. It's one die times 5.
5. Yep.
So 1d6
One
times
die.
5. Since you made the shot, you can make the
Okay.
shot. And they've got half
Ooh,
screens.
15.
15. It absorbs 50% of that. So that's 7 points. Okay. So boom, you hit them. You guys might not have enough power to kill these guys. You might neither side have enough power to kill each other. Hold on a second.
I have a thought on that though too, but
Well, hold on.
Ramming speed.
I'm trying.
No.
I'm trying to figure out exactly because you don't blow a ship up until like it loses all of its PPG, and I need to double check whether or not when you use up the power that counts against you, because that's going to be considerably different than if you have to get 100 points of damage on those guys.
100 points of damage. Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Well, you
Yeah.
take 100 before your ship is destroyed too. Laser fire.
but we've already used 50 though, right? So
Right.
we need
Here's
okay.
obtain the player has a 20-side die. Ship's fire. Ship to ship combat. There's nothing here about actual damage. It says how much. Hold on. Let me look at this example. No. Here we go. Wait a minute. A certain amount of damage. But when they hit 25%, they have to try to get out. They have to try to leave. You know what I mean? They have to try to evade and escape. PPG destroying takes 200 EUs. Right. So the total possible hits is double the PPB, which is your power, which is 50. So you have to take 100 points before you're destroyed. They have to take 100 points before they're destroyed. They're continuing to come in. But keep in mind, you also have the ion torpedoes. Those don't cost anything to fire, and they do a lot of fucking damage. So
That was
once
my
we get
thought.
close.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was my thought.
Once we get close.
So
then
150,000.
ion torpedoes.
Anything at 150. They're still just approaching at speed. They can go 50,000.
We want to do more laser attacks. What do you think?
He's asking you, I think that, Aaron.
Oh, if
That was
that's
5
what
points.
you wish.
Did you do 5
Yeah.
points for the laser shot, Aaron?
Oh no, so we're down to whatever, -5 technically.
Put another
Or
50 and start counting down from there. How about?
Okay. Well, so yeah, I got the 100 on one side and I got the 50 on the other
Oh,
side.
yeah, gotcha.
So.
But that doesn't count against your hit points. I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
150. Do you want to
So-
fire? He asked if more lasers, and that's an 11 or less.
Yes, but we are dipping into our reserves to make you
Okay.
aware.
Okay. You gonna fire again, Captain?
Fire again.
Okay. 11 or less. I need 2 rolls. You got 2 laser banks. Or you have
I'll roll this
one
time,
laser bank
if,
with 2.
If no one
okay.
else is.
Go ahead, Lake.
Yeah, you go ahead. Roll it.
7
That's a hit.
and 12.
Okay. 2. That's a miss. Oh, so close.
Yeah.
So the damage is
I rolled a 5 on a d6.
so that's 25 because it's times 5, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You got 25 points of damage. Their half shields are going to deflect. Let's see. 20%. 20% of that. Of 25 is like freaking.
Went
5.
through.
Yeah, it's 5. 20% is 5. So 20 points went through. God damn, that was solid.
Well done.
Boom. Shit. I guess they're gonna have to start firing back. They didn't want to. They were gonna wait. They're gonna close to 125, and then they will open fire as well. Zangids do not have torpedoes, by the way, folks. All they have is lasers. 1 laser bank with 2 shots as well. So they're at 125. Do you call for more fire, Commander?
Indeed, yes.
Okay. They're shooting at you. There's a miss. It's 12 or less. And a miss. Fuck, I missed both times. Who wants to take the third shot there? Mr. Smith?
I'll do it.
Smitty.
Yeah, give
Do
us
it,
two
Smitty.
shots.
That is it's a marksman.
12 or less. No, just 12 or
roll,
less.
Just,
Oh, 12 or
what's the
less.
number?
Yeah,
That's
there's
a miss.
there's a miss. That's 5 more
Both were
points of power.
17s.
Okay, and I'm down another 5. I'm down 5 points because they finally started firing. Okay, they're going to continue closing to 100,000 kilometers. They will fire again. What do y'all want to do? This is all simultaneous. You now have a
Fire again.
13 or less.
We're down to a 13 or less. I'll roll this one.
Okay.
Okay, one hit.
Just one hit? Okay, roll me damage. That's, yeah, rolled 6-sided times 10. Times what?
5.
Times 5.
5.
They're deflecting
20
40%.
damage.
20. They deflected 40% of that, so they deflected 8. So they take 12 points of damage. 12 points. Okay.
They're about halfway. I
Yeah,
think.
they're almost halfway. They're firing. That's 3 more. That's 5 more points. 13 or less. A hit. And a 20. That's a miss. Okay. So they did 5 points of damage. Is it 1d6 times 5? God damn it. Yeah, 5 points of damage. Your full shields will
Okay.
deflect.
You want me to roll?
Yeah,
the
you
die
do
for
the
that?
shields. A d6 times 15. Percentage.
3 times 15.
45%.
The shields absorb. Oh, 45%.
Yeah,
okay.
45%, and I did 5 points. So that's 2 points of damage, approximately. That's not good.
Yeah.
They're going to keep closing. When they get to 25,000, they'll have to spend 5 points to enter orbit. At that, or no, they can hang out outside of orbit and just bombard you guys. So, because 25,000 could put them outside of orbit.
What are our chances on the photon torpedo?
You're at 75,000.
We're at 7 right now. At 100 kilometers.
No,
7 or less.
you're at 75,000 kilometers.
Oh, 75,000.
Yeah, I don't know why they did this in terms of. So it'd be we're gonna say 10 or less. 10 or less will hit with with an ion torpedo.
Okay, I was gonna say 9 since it's like.
We'll give you
Since
10.
9. Okay, yeah.
What,
Yes. So it's 50-50 chance of hitting.
Are they currently just outside orbit?
No, they're at 75,000 kilometers. I'm gonna say they have to get to 25,000 in order to actually be right outside of orbit.
Is that photon torpedo going to increase when they hit 25,000?
Chances are going to go up.
Okay.
Up to 15
All right, let's
at
wait.
20,000.
The closer they get, the better our
Yeah,
chances with it.
and
is
you have
gonna
6 of those shots in your ship, and they don't cost anything to fire.
Let's do one more laser and then two photon torpedoes when we
They're firing their lasers too.
can.
Be. You want me to
Move
roll
over
for-
to.
I roll
So you're
I
firing the
rolled a
laser
4.
banks. A 4 is a hit.
and
Nice.
a 17.
Hit and a miss.
All right,
Okay. How much damage?
But
They
I did roll a
ooh.
6. I did roll a
I
6,
did
so
too.
30.
They absorbed 60% of that. 30. 3 times 6 is
that-
18. So they absorbed 18 of 30.
12?
So 12 is left. Okay, they're still intact.
All right.
But they're not down to 1/4 quite yet. Oh, they're firing at you this round too. I already marked off the power. What do we say? 75,000. 14 or less. A hit. And a hit. Uh-oh.
I rolled
So you're gonna roll twice. You're gonna
4.
roll for each hit, Aaron.
4.
So I got
and then
20.
2.
Hold on. Do the math. 15%. 4 times 15 is 60% of
6.
20. 60% of 20 is 12. So you take 8 points of damage.
All right.
Okay.
My second one was a 5, which is 25 points of damage. And
And third 30%.
30%. You rolled a 2. So 30% of 25 is, let's see, 3 times 25 is 75, 7.5. So 7. So that knocks 7 points of damage off of
Right.
25. I think that's right.
So we took 18.
Yeah. You guys are feeling it.
All
It's
right.
bad. Next round, they're coming to within 50,000 kilometers. You have a 12 or less for your ion torpedoes and a 15 or
No.
less for lasers.
Oh, okay.
50,000. We're at 50,000.
I'm thinking
12 of
ion
us.
Yeah.
torpedo time.
Okay.
Let's
that
do
doesn't
it.
cost
Ion
anything.
torpedo. Oh, you want to do it? We'll go ahead and roll it
Yeah,
up.
I'll give a roll for
Smitty.
it.
Okay. They're firing their lasers at you. All simultaneous, but I'll let you guys go first. They got half.
6.
A 6 is a hit.
Woo!
Ion torpedoes do 1 die times 10. D6 times 10. Come on, roll high.
Ooh.
This could fuck them up really bad.
30 points.
30 points. Their shields reduce that by 30%. So you lose 9. So that is 21 points of damage. Oh boy, that's a lot.
We can still do our lasers.
You can still fire your
though, too,
lasers too. They're going to
If
fire
we-
at
if-
you at
if-
the same time. But yeah, you
I
can.
guess- I guess if the commander wants.
Yeah, Commander, did you order lasers?
Fire
too?
the laser.
Yeah, okay, 15
it.
or less for the lasers.
Fire everything.
I'm gonna roll my shit last because they're hurting, but they'll still get to fire at you. Yeah. Who's rolling? Who's rolling for lasers? 2 lasers, 15 or less. Who's rolling?
I'll do it.
Okay, yeah,
I'll
you
do
do
it.
it. This could be the end for these people. They're at half shields. I guess I should have used more shields.
Wow. I fucking missed.
You missed both times.
Straight out.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
All right, their shot at you guys.
My luck ran out.
No, a hit. Oh, and a miss. I rolled a 16. Holy crap. Okay.
Yeah, well, I rolled a 1, so 15.
So 15% of 5.
Oh,
Whoa.
You deflected a point, basically. So 4 points.
okay.
Because we both rolled a 1. We both minned out.
And
Okay.
I'm taking all of this off of 100, right?
Yes. Well, I've decided to go
Okay.
with that. These ships are pretty solid.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
as long as we're both doing it the same way, it's fair.
I'm just keeping
Okay,
track
hold
off of
on.
that 100,
Now hold
so.
on. Okay, so the Zangid ship tries to break off. It is going to just retreat. That'll cost it no power because it's already used its moving power thing. But you guys can continue shooting if you want at it as it retreats. It is going to pull back to 75,000 this round, but it does look like it is in full retreat. There's freaking fire coming off it, and it's sparks and shit. One of its single warp engine is like shooting out shit from the sides. You've wrecked this ship pretty good. It has enough power to try to get away, but that's about
Photon torpedo followed by lasers too. And
Okay. Do you have power
It's
left,
Mars.
Aaron, for more lasers?
Yep, we're
Okay.
down to 20.
All right. It's at
let's start off with the
75,000. So 14
let's
or
start off
less.
with the torpedo.
Let's start with the torpedo.
All right.
75,000 is going to be about 10. 10 or less
10.
for the
All right,
torpedo, we'll
I
say.
got it. 2.
That's a hit. She
3d6
still has
hit?
shields up. No, it is 1d6 times 10 for damage.
1d6
And I deflected 20%.
5.
50.
Ooh, 50.
I deflected 10 points. The Zangid vessel explodes. Your own ship is pretty torn up, but not as bad as it could have been. You have used a lot of your reserves. You got, 20 points left, you said, total of the 100?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
what you got to get
so
home
yeah,
on.
Yeah.
So we'll wrap this up.
Well, I might suggest we spend a day here then and build up our reserves and repair and then head home. And
You can
make
do
sure that
repairs. You can do repairs if, that's what okay.
And
16 out of 15 for my technical skill. For
Okay, hold on,
repairs.
slow down. You haven't even got the
Sorry.
orders to do it. Commander
Oh, that's right.
Vuto might be like, "Pfft, we don't need to do repairs. Let's go home.
True.
Well, we may want to go to the city
Yeah. Okay.
nearby and take a little bit of shore leave real quick.
Oh.
Do some
Okay.
repairs.
So you guys return to Beta Sigma. Well, that's going to cost you 5 more points. Actually, it's going to cost you 15 to leave orbit. No, it's going to cost you 10. Leave orbit, flying there. You've already got that paid for the whole day, flying anywhere you want,
Okay.
and then going back into orbit.
Going back into.
Are you
orbit.
willing to do that, or do you advise the captain we need to make repairs before we return? Because remember, that's going to suck down 10 more points out of that engine.
Yeah, I would suggest to him it would be best if we're going to repair now, so we don't deplete our reserves anymore.
That's a perfect way to put it.
That's a good call, Lake. I like this. We will have a little party for you after you and your people are done
Oh,
repairing.
no need necessary. I merely do this for the whatever term we use for the.
For the what?
But it's a special day. It's your scarring day.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You're going to want to go to sick bay too, by the way.
That's true. Yeah.
You were the only one injured. You're going to want to go to sick bay.
The ship comes way before me, though. I put
that's
the
fine.
ship's care
You're not
way
like
before my
bleeding
own.
or anything. But let me look up the ship sick bay. You have to spend a day there before you start recovering. You can get 2 6-sided dice back of your wounds, but first you got to fix the ship. You made that successful check. Let's do a D6 times 5 for repairs outside of this 5. So 25 points back. So that gives you a grand total now of what, 45?
So, okay. Yeah, so does that go into my reserves then?
Yes.
Right? So
45, and you'll be able to. So 45 is as high as you can get the ship to go at this juncture. I mean,
I guess what
it's
I was
as high
saying
as
is, would I put any of that into the 100 points that I took off of the damage that we took?
Yes. Yeah. Put that 45 into the 100.
Okay.
For the damage
that puts
you
us
took.
back up. That puts us way up past full.
Okay.
We only took.
But you did burn off.
21.
You were down in reserves, so you can.
Right.
You only have that 20 points to actually use with the ship now. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The ship's repaired. If it gets shot at again, it's going to be okay. But you still don't have much power because you used so much. Okay.
Right.
So yeah. So it's still, you can make it to the other planet. You're going to be able to leave, and then you can limp home at like warp 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And avoid that gaseous area maybe altogether. So yeah. After some tests of Beta Sigma 3, it is found out that it should return to its natural orbit. It might take a while, a few months. It's a shame that you didn't, that you destroyed that. And you guys can set up for scientists to go to Beta Sigma 4. Eventually, what will probably happen is a starship will come here to protect that find of all that alien technology. So success!
Yay!
Yay! We did it.
Yay! Let's look real quick if I can freaking find it at leveling up. Because in this game you have levels. You get every level is a new.
That's how we go up in rank. Right?
Yes, is a new rank, correct. Galaxy, ship to ship. Alright, let's look in the. Race experimenting. Experience and ranking. There it is, page 12. Just real quick. So, let me see how much they advise to give you guys, and then I would like to get your opinions on this game and talk to you a little bit about it. Same character, promotion, each promotion, bonus, not beyond initial rank. Huh? thought there was more to this. See section 6. Oh, it's back here. Okay, it's in the back in the Star Master section. Sorry about this, everybody.
You're fine.
Experience points. Okay. Military branch. Points are awarded for successful combat situations. The SM should reward between 50 and 200 points for each adversary overcome. So, less dangerous enemies like worker robots, blah blah blah. Will be humanoids armed. Do you have this? Do you have the sub? Did you have a subclass, Commander? Were you able to get one, or are you just
I was
straight
not
up?
able to,
Okay.
to get into a subclass.
Okay, so 50 points. You overcame 3 adversaries. You guys overcame a
3
ship.
or 4. Okay.
There were. Yeah, I'm gonna give. So I think I'm gonna give you a total of 350 points for that. Scientific branch. Medical. Command subclass fire closure. Scientific branch. Contacting new races. Do you have any sub stuff, Smith? Smitty?
Alien life.
You do have it. Experience points for successfully contacting new races, but not for combat success. 50 points for every new race encountered, up to 200 points for every new race extended, friendly contact. I'm going to give you 50 points for encountering whatever race this was that made this Neutronian stuff. Technical branch. And see, there's nothing for just straight up scientific branch. It's all specialized. Receive points for dispatching aliens. You, Technical, receives points for dispatching aliens. So you're going to get that 350. They also receive bonus points for each journey through space completed successfully within the time limit set. So you're going to get 50 points for the journey.
Travel.
Yeah, for all that. All players. Good ideas. Help me out with this, guys, because I didn't write any of this down. Good ideas. Imaginative use of powers and equipment. Thoughtful computer questions. Meritorious actions. By use of medals, awards, and decorations. So you get your Purple Heart there, Lake, for your injuries under combat. And probably all of you receive some kind of a silver star or something for defeating a
Accommodation at least.
a Zangid, accommodation for the Zangid cruiser or the Zangid
Battleship.
destroyer that you destroyed.
Destroyer, yeah.
So Sean, you kind of got boned with the
I did.
XP for this one.
Was there anything for the engineering subclass? I thought I
Did
didn't
you
know
have?
if
Do you have
skipped that.
engineering?
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah,
I did
I-
skip
I-
it. I did skip it. Sorry.
Because I might be lieutenant by the time all this is over.
Technical, no. Technical is just straight up all technical. They don't have anything about
Okay.
that. And scientific branch
Okay.
doesn't have anything if you don't specialize. So, yeah, I think on the
I was
back,
like, I got
the
the
second
I got
character
the
sheet.
350 plus like 50 for traveling. I'm
Did
like,
anybody
man,
make
100 more.
500? Did anybody make 500?
No,
Not quite.
I was 100 short.
Okay, so yeah. So if you had been promoted, then
See, I get to add 1 to any one of the acquired abilities players chose.
right, there's a chart in here though. Yeah. Yeah. You would get 1 point for one of the acquired abilities, which is on the right side of the page.
Yeah.
And then you eventually can actually get onto bigger ships.
Right.
The
And that's
story is
probably
small.
where technically Brent's character would have technically gained the ability to become an actual commander, I think, at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that was I named this scenario because it didn't have a name. There's 4 briefings, and that's it. I named it "How does your garden grow?"
Good name, actually.
So I felt it felt like a Star Trek name, like "Who Mourns
Yeah.
for Adonis" or "Conscious of the King."
Right.
So I want a little bit of feedback before we stop tonight on like what did you think? Let's start with Commander Vuto. So the regular thing I ask
Um,
is questions, comments, suggestions, criticisms, favorite part, least favorite part, but also what do you think of this game system, such as it is?
I actually
And
kind of dig it. Like honestly, I like part of me really likes the ship related like energy thing where you have it has a cool strategic element.
right.
I've played a couple games with some Starship stuff going on,
Hmm.
and I feel like even though this is a little bit simplistic in that area, I'm like it's actually kind of fun because you have resource management
Right.
plus some of the strategy of distance. So that's actually pretty cool. I do like that most things resolve at the exact same time, so it removes initiative from the
Yes, it
game.
does.
So I feel like yeah, you can tell a lot of really kind of cool stories about this. It is missing some of the things that I like about later games, where it's like there's not necessarily any feats; it's all
Right.
equipment based
Hmm.
and stat based. So if your
Yeah.
stats are good, then that's what you're good at. Play to your strengths, basically. But you're not going to be able to use feats or special abilities. And so I could see in a large enough group, you could have homogenized characters, where it's like, hey, we have characters who are basically fundamentally performing a lot of the same functions, but
Right.
it works with a group of 3 or 4,
Hmm.
where
Hmm.
you're guaranteed to be short, you know,
Everything.
someone to play that role.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, in terms of your ability to run things, Max, you're always great. You're
Thank
you're
you.
always
I
like a great
appreciate
GM.
that. I
And
try.
so
I shouldn't have
so,
blown up
so
the machine. I realized that afterwards when you guys were like, "How are we gonna fix this planet?" And I'm like, "Oh, that was a mistake. I should have just let him
I think it's
miss."
fucking hilarious.
I thought it so too.
I
It
think it's
works.
hilarious.
It works though.
When I
Yeah,
used
it
to
works for
run
the
first
story.
edition AD&D, if you fired into combat, if you missed, I'd make you roll again. If you roll 18, 19, or 20, you hit one of your friends. And in this case, you
Yeah,
hit the
yeah.
machine because you rolled an 18 on that second roll that I asked for you. And I just brought back
Yeah.
that old rule from back in the mid 80s when I used it.
Fair is fair. I mean, sometimes that happens. It makes for an interesting story too. Yeah.
And
So yeah. I think it's a fun system, especially for one shots.
Yeah.
A full campaign. Who knows how long, how much fun it would be over
Yeah.
the course of like 6 months. Now, if you did a mini campaign of like maybe a month or 2 months, easy. I think it could still be a lot of fun.
It could be, yeah. And I
Yeah,
should have given you
that's
all
my
more
2 cents.
clues right from the start, in my opinion. Once you found the
No, no.
gravity anomalies, I should have been like, yeah, this leads you right to Planet 4. I shouldn't have made you fight for that. It should have been like, that's where the action is. Let's go there. You know?
No, but the irony is that we were going to head there anyway,
Right,
because
right.
it was an obvious thing. So, well, we would have headed
Okay.
there.
Frog Dog,
That's me.
Aaron. Um,
um,
questions, comments,
yeah.
suggestions, criticisms, favorite part, least favorite part. What did you think of the system? Any of that you want to talk about?
I think the system is a good system if maybe you're starting out because, like Brent said, it's very simple. There's not a
It is.
lot of real complex rules, so um, the fact that maybe it's older and it's a little more simplistic, it could help out in that aspect. Um, but yeah, I liked the game. I enjoyed the kind of craziness of it a little bit.
You're just gunning down the bad guys. I thought that was hilarious.
Well, yeah. I felt like let's just go murder hobo, and
When you have a Rigel guy in charge. Yeah.
I was taking cues from my commander,
Hmm.
so he's a shoot first, ask question kind of guy. So I felt, yeah, why not? But yeah, no, I had fun though.
Good.
So
Smitty, Piker Eyes.
Um, yeah, I'd kind of agree with like the making of a character is pretty simple.
Yeah. It took you
Um,
guys maybe 20 minutes before then we
yeah,
got into
but it
equipment.
does it. I mean, being a D&D player, it's like there's not a whole lot of variety.
No.
I think with like character creation, it's like, okay, you're one of 3 or 4 archetypes, or
Hmm.
um, um, but I mean, for you know a game in the '70s, I think that's
Yeah.
pretty standard. Um, No, I do like the simplicity of it as a kind of a, hey, let's just pick something up real quick and let's do this. Just spend an afternoon. But I don't see how it could be a long term thing without a. I guess is this one? I see you're called a Star Master in this one.
Yes, Star Master.
Who really puts some detail into creating for the future.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty simple storylines too, for the most part. I mean, it's old school Star Trek, and for the most, and they wanted to play old school Star Trek. They had D&D rules from that old original white boxed set,
Yep.
probably. And the guy that wrote this he was in the military. Captain Leonard H. Canterman, M.D., U.S. Army Medical Corps, is the writer.
Jeez.
Yeah. It was pretty well. It's
Pretty
okay.
affluent.
It's not terribly badly put together, but there's a few things that are mentioned one place, and there's a few things in the book that says, "Oh, you get +2," and another place says, "Oh, you get +3," and if and it needed a good edit, and it is on Drive-Thru RPG. If you like the system, a PDF you can purchase that actually has additional rules in the back, for combat and stuff
So
like that.
it's been revised and revamped
Barely.
a little bit.
I bought a
Okay.
copy because I was curious of the differences. It's only like $5, I think, and it's the original game. It's this original book, literally scanned, made into a PDF, plus like 8 pages of additional rules that they've tacked on. So it's literally the same game with a little bit more, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I appreciate you guys playing.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun. Um, like I said, the mission briefing was all I had to go on to try to figure out what happened and what was doing this. And so I was like, all right, it's Zangids, because they kind of are pushing us that direction. Um, and this idea of a weather control machine or a planetary gravity machine came to me, and I thought, well, that'd be kind of cool. And then Aaron blew it up. Wow.
I didn't blow it up. You blew it up. You're the one that
the
had
dice.
to do the roll.
The dice
You
blew
had,
it up.
you had
That's
to do the
my
roll.
excuse.
Your
is
commander
why.
is so proud of you choosing to destroy that evil machine.
Your commander was going to blow up the whole base. Yeah, you probably would have had like a minute to get out, or 5 minutes, or it'd have been like the end of Aliens or whatever. Like,
Right.
might have blown up the whole planet. I don't know if I was going to. The race that made this was like 100,000 years dead, or something.
Yeah.
Whatever was there before, and the Zangids, actually, all those points on the world were other bases. But the Zangids fucked up trying to figure out how they worked, and there was a cascade effect that destroyed all the connecting bases of the aliens.
Except
And
the one at the north,
the
essentially.
North Pole was not connected because it was like the master.
Okay.
So that's the only one that survived. So this whole what is it? Nuclear. What the fuck did they call it?
Catastrophe.
Well, it was a nuclear. No. What they were
Disaster.
using for it. They were
Oh,
using it for
irrigation.
like. Yeah,
The nuclear
thank you.
irrigation.
Nuclear irrigation
That's what it was.
so weird. I was like, okay, so that's just the cover story the Zangids gave out for this whole thing, and then they left, and then this dude, his ship's name was Dictator, by the way, came in. I'll probably add that to the
All
role
we
playing
saw
journal.
was dick as the rubbish flew past.
And yeah, and so he came. He was told to find a way to deal with Beta Sigma 3. He discovered this base that had been overlooked by everybody, and set up shop and found the weather control or the gravity control machine to try to fuck with them. And he was all for just spinning the planet away, but his advisor was like, "We want to save this planet for our own use once the humans evacuate. So we can't just throw it out of the galaxy or whatever." Here was my that is actually the little pin that I wore, because I just got this.
Oh,
It
that's cool.
It's Golden Goblin Press. I got it with
Oh.
the most recent thing that I got. I can't.
It doesn't want to
focus.
focus. It doesn't want to
No,
focus.
it doesn't want to focus.
There it did.
I know it did for a second.
Like for way back.
Okay, yeah,
but-
it's just Golden Goblin Press. They sent me a pin because I did their Kickstarter for Island of Ignorance, and I was trying to figure out some way to have some kind of pseudo costume that looked somewhat like Star Trek. So red shirt and a collar.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, I think he's trying to do
Yeah.
the red shirt with the
Yeah.
collar
I didn't have
and
anything
everything.
really good, so it's just like, all right, we'll just use
Uh,
use
yeah,
this.
but I didn't want to draw attention to it in case it wasn't what you were
No,
going for,
That's what I still
or something like that.
You always give me, Brett. You got me with the freaking yellow hood that I wore that one night. The first
yeah,
Fear
that was
Jet, I was
cool.
wearing the yellow sweatshirt,
Yeah, right.
and I was
Yeah.
so
Uh,
I try to do something, a
um,
little something. Most
Oh,
of the time.
I know. A lot of times I try to do it if I understand what the theme is. Oh,
Yep.
by the way, I hope I did. I tried to the commander role is always weird because like leadership roles in games are weird.
Oh yeah.
I was hoping I was trying to make sure that I was letting you guys like have input and not trying
Yeah.
to like constantly be like, oh,
Do this,
we're
do
gonna do dumb shit all the
Well,
time.
right.
I think you did a good job.
To be honest, that's why I didn't want the commander role. So
It's hard.
I was perfectly
Yeah,
fine
yeah.
with being told what to do, and I wanted to be kind of a supporting character, but yeah,
Well-
I wanted to be the guy that fixes stuff. So
You did that last Star Trek game I ran you guys through. You were the engineer in that one too. You remember? And the scout on the USS Alert.
no, but I always like playing hands-on fixie type people. So people that can make stuff.
Well, Thorg stopped
possible.
by. I don't know if you noticed that, Brent.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. There's a bunch of comments of his in the chat. I was typing back comments because I didn't want to interrupt gameplay. It's harder when you're doing tabletop when you're streaming.
Yeah.
But he stopped by.
Yeah,
so that
yeah.
was really nice.
Yeah.
All right,
And
I gotta head to bed, guys.
okay, good night, Sean.
Oh yeah, I know you. I know you. Take it easy.
I'm gonna probably. Well, no, I've got stuff to do. But we're gonna end the stream. Wait, Sean, end the stream. Say bye bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye,
We're gonna close
everybody.
everything up. Bye.